Hello and welcome to another challenge for Digimon World. So my name is Jesse. My Digimon's name, GA968. And I answered the first two questions so that I would start off with Agumon as my Digimon. No, I don't have a Digivice. Yes, I do have friends. How you answer the first question doesn't determine which Digimon you start off with. All it determines is what the second question is going to be, and the second question determines which Digimon you start off with. If you say no to having a Digivice, then you get asked if you have friends. Say yes for Agumon, say no for Gabumon. Agumon and Gabumon are the two Digimon that you can start with. If you say no to having if you say yes to having a Digivice, you get asked if you prefer day or night. Choose day for Agumon, night for Gabumon. Most people choose Agumon. He's generally considered to be the better Digimon. He's the one that I prefer, and he's the one that I've chosen in this challenge. Some time ago I did a low kills challenge for this game, where I didn't have to make it up to 100 prosperity points. I simply had to defeat the final boss, Machinedramon, but there was obviously a challenge, and the challenge was that I had to defeat as few Digimon in battle as possible. It was a low kills run, and defeating Digimon in battles was what counted as a kill. And so I wanted, the challenge was for me to proceed through the game while defeating as few Digimon in battle as possible. In order to unlock Mount Infinity, I needed 50 prosperity points, which meant that I had to try and get 50 prosperity points while defeating as few Digimon as possible. And to make that possible, I prioritised recruiting the Digimon who you can recruit without the need of any battles, because there are some Digimon who you can recruit without any battles being required, so I prioritised those Digimon, but they alone weren't enough for me to make it up to 50 prosperity points, so I then had to do the game in a way where I was getting the highest number of prosperity points from the fewest number of battles. So I had to choose to recruit the Digimon where I was getting the most prosperity points, but from the fewest number of battles. In total, I finished the challenge with 13 kills. The Digimon I defeated was Agumon when recruiting him, Palmon when recruiting her, the Drimogemon that you battle in Drill Tunnel, Meramon when recruiting him, Birdramon when recruiting her, Greymon when recruiting him, Ogremon twice, once in the first battle and then again in the second battle, Piximon and Mamemon when defeating them in battles, That combined with all of the other Digimon that I had recruited brought me up to 50 prosperity points, so Mount Infinity became available. I used an autopilot to skip Airdramon, made it into Mount Infinity, where I then defeated Devimon, MetalGreymon, and then Machinedramon, bringing it up to 13 kills in total. And I went by the rules of that when you're in a battle, if a Digimon gets defeated, then it only counts as a kill if the Digimon is defeated by you. And in the 2 Ogremon battles, all 4 of the Agumons were defeated by Ogremon, defeated by his tremor attack, and so they didn't count as kills, but I still had to defeat Ogremon both times, so that counted as 2 kills in total. At the Ogre Fortress and the Great Canyon, I managed to skip the 3 Agumons in the Ogre Fortress, as well as the Goborimon at the Great Canyon. I mentioned that I skipped Airdramon with an autopilot, and in Mount Infinity I made sure to avoid Megadramon. So I went about the game where I performed what I believe is the fewest number of kills. This challenge, it's another low kills run, but it's a 100 prosperity point low kills run, which means that I again have the restriction of low kills, so having to defeat as few Digimon as possible in battle, but I also have to make it up to 100 prosperity points. So I can't just recruit the Digimon where I'm getting the highest number of prosperity points from the fewest number of battles, because every Digimon has to be recruited. So instead, I have to proceed through the game while defeating as few Digimon as possible. I have to completely avoid random battles. When it comes to like mandatory battles, I have to make sure well, when it comes to like mandatory battles, when I'm up against more than one Digimon, I have to ensure that the Digimon are getting defeated by other Digimon. Like, for example, the Ogremon battle, the 2 Agumons have to get defeated by the Ogremon. So when I'm up against multiple Digimon, I can only defeat one of them. The others have to get defeated by each other. I have to just avoid battles best I can and make it through the game while keeping the kill tally at the lowest possible. So far, all I've done is train. I started off with my Agumon. I got meat from Tainemon. I got the basic items from Tokamon. I trained. I rested at times. I fed Agumon when he wanted to eat, let him sleep when he wanted to sleep, took him to the toilet when he needed the toilet, and here I am with the first battle. Now that Agumon's certainly blocking a lot of attacks, but let's see him block this. So that's one kill performed so far, and this Agumon I defeated in the previous low kills run. Reason being, I don't think it's physically possible to proceed without defeating this Agumon. I don't think it's physically possible to make it any further than this area without defeating the Agumon. I think it's a forced battle. So from here I proceed, and I'm looking out for Digimushrooms, and I'm also looking out for other items as well, such as happy mushrooms. My next objective is to go to the Cola Point and speak to Colamon when he shows up. It's not time just yet, we've still got 2 or 3 hours before he shows up. But I've got time to do a bit of looting, such as collecting the item that I collected at the Dragon Eye Lake, and looking out for Digimushrooms and happy mushrooms, and anything else that might show up. Before I explore any further though, I will return to the city and go to the item bank, because I would like to have as much space as possible in my inventory when speaking to Colamon and crossing over to the tropical jungle. From the tropical jungle, I'm going to go to the Amida forest, and likelihood is I'm going to collect quite a lot of items from the Amida forest, and so that's why I want to have plenty of space in my inventory so that I'm able to store the items that I collect. So most of my items are to go into the item bank. Digimushrooms might seem like a basic item. You can only sell them for 50 bits. They only make your Digimon a bit full, so they don't seem like the most exciting item in the world. But nonetheless, I'm going out of my way to collect them, and that's because Digimushrooms are one of the items which are needed for trading with the Moldramons in Friesland, and in return for trading Digimushrooms you get medium HPs, which cost 500 bits to purchase, and they recover 1500 HP. And and then there's a different Moldramon who you can trade medium HPs in return for super defense discs. Super defense discs cost 4,000 bits to purchase, and you can sell them for 2,000 bits, which is enough money to purchase 4 medium HPs. So the reason why I go out of my way to look for Digimushrooms is because they can be traded for medium HPs and then super defense discs, which means that each Digimushroom that I collect effectively has the value of 2,000 bits, because that's the money that I will get for selling the super defense disc that comes from the Digimushroom. And before Colamon, I've just come here to the drill tunnel to try and defeat Drimogemon. So having defeated that Drimogemon, it's now possible for us to speak to the other Drimogemon and do have the option of doing the dirt carrying or not doing the dirt carrying. Either way, it will eventually result in us having access to the lava cave, where we can proceed further. If you choose to do the dirt carrying for the Drimogemon, then access to the lava cave will be available to you more quickly. Despite defeating the Drimogemon, I'm not doing any dirt carrying at the moment. As you can see, I've chosen to leave the drill tunnel, and the reason why happy mushroom. The reason why I don't want to do any dirt carrying is because when you do dirt carrying, you have to do it 10 times in total. Each time you do it, you get 500 bits, plus your HP goes up by 50, and your attack and defense goes up by 5. Now, Agumon's HP is, I believe, in the region of about 910, which means that if I was to carry dirt just twice, then it would put his HP to over 1,000, which is something that I want to avoid, because I'm thinking about Agumon's Digivolution, and the Digimon that I would like to Digivolve to is Greymon, so I'm thinking about the requirements for Digivolving to Greymon, as well as the requirements for other Digimon that Agumon can Digivolve into. I want to fulfill the requirements for Greymon and not fulfill the requirements for other Digimon. And, the stat requirement for Greymon is to have attack, defense, speed, and brains at a minimum of 100, which is what I've got. Hence, the training that I did at the Green Gym, I trained until my attack, defense, speed, and brains were all at 100 or more. HP and MP are not a requirement for Greymon, and so I would like to keep them under 1,000, because I don't want to fulfill the stat requirement for other Digimon, and I have a feeling that 1000 HP is one of the requirements for Tyrannomon, and possibly other Digimon as well, and I'm not sure if 1000 MP is a requirement for any of Agumon's Digivolutions, but just to be on the safe side, I want to keep MP under 1000 as well as keeping HP under 1000, and if I was to do the dirt carrying, then my HP would end up reaching and exceeding 1000, and then there's the issue of me fulfilling requirements for Digimon that I don't want to digivolve to. I am heading for the Emitter Forest, but the objective isn't just to recruit Centaurumon. I'm also aiming to collect a mouldy meat and a high-speed disc from the Emitter Forest, and I'm not going to recruit Centaurumon until I'm successful at obtaining those two items. Usually the Happy Mushroom is also an item that I want to obtain from the Emitter Forest, but since I collected one in the native forest, I have no need to collect a Happy Mushroom from the Emitter Forest because I already have a Happy Mushroom. And the correct path is the one on the left, which means that I have to pick one of the two other paths, and in order to pick one of those, I have to get shot. The exit on the left I can make it to no problem, but the other two exits I have to get shot in order to make it to those exits. Okay, so we've got a high speed disc, and since the correct exit was the one on the left, I had to pick one of the other two, which meant having to get shot. But the second time, the exit on the left wasn't the correct one, so I was able to go straight to it without any hassle. And so, another high-speed disc, but I already got one of those. We're just waiting for mouldy meat. Okay, I can see mouldy meat. Can't carry any more, so we have to clear up a space in our inventory, get rid of what seems least valuable. Empty floppy. And the correct exit, which is now the exit that I want, is the one on the left, which works out very nicely for me. And after looking at my items, I decided not to discard something in the interest of making room for the portable potty. So if I hadn't collected a Happy Mushroom in the native forest, then from the Emitter Forest I would have collected a Happy Mushroom, mouldy meat, and high speed disc. Since I already had a Happy Mushroom, I just needed a mouldy meat and high speed disc, and I've got those two items along with the Happy Mushroom that I found at the native forest. The reason why I was after a Happy Mushroom is because it's one of the items that's needed for one of the Drimogemon trades in Friesland. The reason why I was after a high speed disc is because it's another one of the items which is needed for trading with Drimogemons. As for the mouldy meat, In order to recruit Frigimon, I have to go to Freezeland with a Digimon who can't tolerate the cold. I need to get sick and then get rescued by Frigimon, and then return with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold, speak to Frigimon, and he'll then join the city. The fastest way and easiest way to make a Digimon sick is to feed it a mouldy meat. That is an item that has a 100% probability of making your Digimon sick. So if I go to Freezeland with a Digimon who can't tolerate the cold, give it a mouldy meat, that will make it sick, and then I'll get rescued by Frigimon. So the mouldy meat will help with recruiting Frigimon. Incidentally, Agumon is a Digimon who can't tolerate the cold, so if we go to Freezeland with him as our Digimon, then he would be an ideal Digimon to make sick, so that we get rescued by Frigimon. Ooh, blue apple. Happy us. But we're not going to have room for it, are we? I have to drop the meat. Yeah, before I let Agumon use the toilet, you'll notice that I scolded him. That's because his happiness was at the maximum, which meant that it couldn't go up any higher. He was about to use the toilet, which boosts happiness slightly, but I wouldn't have gotten the effect since his happiness was already at the maximum. So I decided to scold him. That made his happiness go down, but also made his discipline go up. And then from letting him use the toilet, his happiness went back up. And if I continue to avoid care mistakes, then my happiness will continue to go up. And one of the requirements for Digivolve into Greymon is to have 90% discipline, and so I might end up being forced to scold Agumon a number of times in order to boost my discipline. And we have another happy mushroom. In order to boost my discipline, I want to have, high discipline in order to fulfill the requirements for Digivolve into Greymon. That might mean scolding him, so I scolded him just before he used the toilet. I know that scolding also causes happiness to go down, but happiness was at the maximum, and we can get it back up to the maximum by continuing to feed Agumon and letting him use the toilet. Since we have a spare happy mushroom and a blue apple, those are food items which boost your Digimon's happiness. We could scold Agumon a few times to boost his discipline. His happiness will go down, but we can then recover the happiness that we lost by feeding him a happy mushroom or blue apple. So it's very useful that we've got a blue apple plus a spare happy mushroom. So let's see. Don't need 3 high-speed discs. Don't care about defense disc. The rest is looking useful. Medium recovery, we can trade that with a Moldramon. So we've got a tiny bit of space in our inventory. It's a new day, which means that we could take meat from Tainamon, Alternatively, we could recruit Palmon today and then get giant meats instead, which is better. Here I'm just... I put everything into the item bank, and now I'm just taking out the stuff that I plan to sell. The restore, the medicine, and one of the bandages. I plan to reserve the other bandage for the Unimon in Mount Panorama, because I have to aid him in order for him to join the city. So reserve one bandage to give to Unimon and sell the other bandage. Yeah, if Tainomon was to give me meat today, and then I was to recruit Palmon today, then Palmon wouldn't give me giant meat, because I've already been given food today. But if I was to not be given meat by Tainomon and recruit Palmon today, then she'll give me giant meat, which is better than regular meat. Bandage is needed for Unimon. High speed disc is needed for a trade. Digimushrooms are needed for trades. Mouldy meat is needed for sickness. Happy mushroom is needed for a trade. Blue apple can be used to boost happiness. After scolding Agumon, of course. Autopilot might come in handy. It's a shame though about how full our infantry is. The use of the blue apple would free up a space. When it comes to Digivolutions, there are 4 things that influence the Digivolution, 4 requirements. One of them is stats, another is weight, another is care mistakes, and then the other is a bonus condition, which can be a number of different things. It can be the number of battles that you have, it could be the individual Digimon that you've got, it could be your happiness, it could be your discipline, it could be something else. But you only have to fulfill one of the individual bonus requirements in order to fulfill the bonus requirement. Now, Agumon does now want to eat, so I scold him, and then I feed him the blue apple, and then he got back a lot of the happiness that he lost. So happiness and discipline are both looking pretty good. Discipline is not far away from where it needs to be. And I took the liberty of training my MP. It was well under 1,000. And well, I don't see any harm in raising my MP as long as I keep it under 1,000. The stat requirements for Greymon I already mentioned. It's 100 attack, defense, speed, and brains. The care mistake requirement is 0 to 1, which means that care mistakes have to be kept at an absolute minimum. The bonus condition, you have to have your discipline at about 90%. And as you know, I am working towards having my discipline at 90%. I've currently got the stats that I need, and I'm avoiding care mistakes. I'm feeding Agumon when he wants to eat, I'm taking him to the toilet when he needs the toilet, I'm letting him sleep when he wants to sleep, so I'm avoiding care mistakes. And at the moment, I believe that I'm fulfilling the care mistake requirement and the stat requirement. The discipline requirement is getting there, and I believe that you only have to fulfill 3 of the 4 requirements in order to digivolve to the Digimon that you... Well, in order to digivolve, I think you only have to fulfill 3 of the 4 requirements, as opposed to all 4 of the requirements, and my discipline is now definitely high enough for Greymon. Off the top of my head, I don't know what the weight requirement for Greymon is, but I do know that I'm not going to fulfill it. I do know that the weight requirement is going to be a lot higher than what Agumon's actual weight is, and so I'm not going to fulfill the weight requirement. But that shouldn't matter if I fulfill the other 3 requirements, which I am currently. Agumon should digivolve to Greymon, because I think I'm fulfilling 3 of the requirements, and I think that's all that's needed. Yeah, I decided to take out the spare Happy Mushroom and give that to Agumon as well, after scolding him first to boost his discipline, and then feed him the Happy Mushroom to get back the happiness that was lost from scolding him. Agumon, he is a Digimon that I didn't battle in the previous low kills run, because 1 prosperity point from 1 battle was not a good ratio. I believe that's 3 kills performed so far. Agumon, Drimogemon and Kunamon. Recruiting Betamon didn't require any battles, nor did recruiting Colamon or Centaurumon. Due to limited infantry space, I have to return to the city to put the item chip into the item bank. There's a fast way of returning to the city, courteous of Kunamon. Recruiting him results in him producing this nice shortcut that we've just taken. Drimogemon, he was a Digimon who I also defeated in the other low kills run, because defeating him enables you to access the lava cave where you can battle Meramon. So defeating Meramon is obviously another battle, another kill. So Drimogemon and Meramon, that's, 2 kills between them. But when you defeat Meramon, he joins the city, and defeating Meramon also enables you to recruit Drimogemon and Leomon, which means that you effectively get 6 prosperity points from defeating Drimogemon and Meramon because of the recruits of Drimogemon, Meramon and Leomon, and 6 prosperity points from 2 battles is pretty good going. You'll notice that I sold the bandage. That's because I was concerned about how limited my infantry space was, and so I decided to clear up a space by selling the bandage. And when I see to Unimon in Mount Panorama, I'll give him a small HP floppy instead. That will have the same effect as a bandage, but I've now got 1 more space in my infantry since I no longer have a bandage. In order for Unimon to show up, you have to recruit Centaurumon, and you have to speak to Centaurumon so that your character is aware of the clinic, because after you aid Unimon, you then mention to him that there's a clinic in the city, and so he then goes to the city. And since recruiting Centaurumon, I have spoken to him, and I've rested as well, and every time you rest at the Centaur Clinic, you recover 500 HP and MP, whereas resting on the chair in Digimon's house only recovers 300 HP and MP. But here we are with the Palmon battle. You only get 1 prosperity point for recruiting Palmon, but recruiting Palmon also enables you to recruit Vegimon. You have to recruit Palmon before you can recruit Vegimon, because to recruit Vegimon you need Tainomon to tell you about a plant that's growing in the tropical jungle, and you also need her to plant the rain plant for you to collect which can only be collected on the 15th day of each year, and Tainomon doesn't do either of those things if she's the one who deals with the food. But when you recruit Palmon, she upgrades the meat farm. Tainomon is then moved aside, and that's where Tainomon, that's what results in Tainomon mentioning about the plant in the tropical jungle, plus the rain plant. So, from recruiting Palmon, it also enables you to recruit Vegimon, and without any further battles. And from Vegimon you can get a super carrot, which is one of the items that's needed for a Ogremon trade. So buying a super carrot from Vegimon enables you to recruit Ogremon, and without any further battles. And so by defeating and recruiting Palmon, it's possible to get 5 prosperity points from that one battle, and because of that, Palmon is one of the Digimon who I recruited in my other low kills challenge for this game. In order for Tainomon to mention about the plant, you do need a certain number of prosperity points. I think 9 is the number that you need. I've recruited Agumon, Palmon, Kunamon, Betamon, Colamon, Centauramon. That's 8. Unless I'm overlooking a Digimon, I don't currently have the right amount, but I did have enough in order for Yoramon to mention about the invisible bridge at Great Canyon. I believe that requires just 6 prosperity points. You get 1 prosperity point for recruiting a rookie. Agumon, Palmon, Kunamon, and Betamon are all rookies, so 1 prosperity point for each of them. You get 2 prosperity points for recruiting a champion Digimon. Colamon and Centauramon are both champions, so 4 prosperity points from those 2 combined. Ultimate, you get 3 prosperity points for recruiting an ultimate. I haven't yet recruited any ultimates. And there are 3 champion Digimon who only get you 1 prosperity point, as they're not considered to be very useful. Those 3 Digimon are the 3 filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon, and Nanimon. And I chose to save here, and then I chose to pause from the game, and it proved to be a bit of a silly move, because it took me several tries to carry on from here without getting into a battle. But I managed it in the end. And we're about to go to the Overdale Cemetery to recruit Barkamon. That will bring my prosperity points up to 10. So Tainomon will at least mention about the plant that's growing in the tropical jungle. But in order to be able to produce Vegimon, you need to have the rain plant, which isn't available until day 15, so Vegimon's recruit is a long way off at the moment. I was saying about the super carrot, which is needed for a Ogremon trade. You don't have to buy, you don't have to, in order to get one, you don't have to buy one from Vegiemon, because when you defeat the red Vegimons in battles, sometimes they drop a super carrot, but in a low kills run, you obviously want to defeat as few Digimon as possible, and getting a super carrot from defeating red Vegimons would obviously count as kills, and so the only way to get a super carrot without needing to battle any Digimon is by purchasing one from Vegiemon after Vegiemon joins the city. We are now able to proceed into the deeper areas of the Great Canyon, and our intention from here is to go to Friesland. I would like to trade various items for various items. I would particularly like to trade Digimushrooms for medium HPs, then trade medium HPs for super defense discs, then sell them at a substantial profit, and then I'll have a bit of money to help get me off the ground. There is a defense chip in here, and I think we only have one space in our inventory, which means that we are now unable to collect any other item, if I am remembering correctly. So I have to hope that there aren't any items lying around that I get tempted by. I think an ice mushroom is the only plausible item that I can think of. But my discipline's already in the maximum, so I'm not exactly dependent on finding ice mushrooms. We've got the mouldy meat so that we can make Agumon sick and get rescued by Frigimon, but there's other stuff I want to do first. There's the Moulgemon trades, and before that, there's Penguinmon. To recruit Penguinmon, you just have to beat him at a game of curling. If you lose, then you can challenge him again, but you have to give him a fish, and when you do eventually beat him, he then joins the city, but it's easiest to beat him the first time. The curling is pretty straightforward. Make sure your stones finish on the good spots and don't finish on the bad spots. I didn't start off with any pegged stones, so I used my heavy stone first, then my medium stone, and now I've only got light stones left. That didn't quite go according to plan. But it's not just about like getting your stones on the good spots and scoring points. Sometimes it can be about knocking your opponent's stones off of good spots or knocking them onto bad spots. And with that in mind, I always use my heavy stones first because they're harder to knock about. It's harder for your opponent to knock about when it comes to knocking like a stone off a spot. The heavy stones are the hardest to knock about due to their extra weight, whereas the light stones are the easiest to knock about. And when it comes to knocking stones off their spots, the heavy stones are worse at this, whereas the light stones are best at this. And because of that, I use my heavy stones first, then the medium stones, then the light stones. So the stones that I've got on spots are going to be the hardest to knock about, and then the stones that I've still got yet to use are the best when it comes to knocking the opponent's stones about. But I always use pegged stones first, and that's just because they can't be moved. Once they stop, that's where they are at for the rest of the game. Pegged stones can't be moved by your opponent, so you're always safe when using a pegged stone. You just have to make sure that it does land on a good spot, or else it's kind of wasted. So with that Moldramon, I just need a black trout. With the other Moldramon, I just need a super carrot. With that Moldramon, I need a Digianchovy plus an Omnifloppy, although the Omnifloppy will come from trading the super carrot. When you trade a super carrot with the Moldramon that wants a super carrot, you get an Omnifloppy in return, which can then be used for a trade with that other Moldramon. The reason why it's important to trade with the Moldramons is because that's how you recruit them. In order to recruit Moldramon, you have to trade at least one of each item with you have to trade at least one of each item with all three of the Moldramons. There's 3 Moldramons in total. They all want 3 different items, and you have to do at least one. You have to do all 3 trades with all 3 Moldramon. So out of the 9 items that are wanted, you have to do at least one trade with all 9 of those items. So I traded a Digimushroom, Happy Mushroom, Giant Meat, High Speed Disc, Medium HP. So what's left is a Super Carrot, Black Trout, Omnifloppy, and Digianchovy. Once those trades are done, Moldramon will join the city. And I now attempt to proceed through the misty trees. And I'm unsuccessful the first time, so I try again. Back here, there are Digimon here, and there weren't just previously. I can only assume that Kokotorimon was present, and that's why the Digimon weren't there previously, but I then passed the time in which Kokotorimon features at, and so those random Digimon were then present as a result of Kokotorimon no longer being present. But we made it through to the Gecko Swamp, which is very fortunate since Agumon was in need of the toilet. And Otamamon is here. How's that for luck? Now, he's a Digimon who I didn't battle in the previous low kills run. You don't directly get any prosperity points by defeating Otamamon. You don't recruit Otamamon. Defeating him results in you having access to the Volume Villa, and then from that you're able to access Toy Town, where you could defeat Warumantsimon, and as a result of that, recruit Muntsimon, where you get 3 prosperity points, but 2 kills for 3 prosperity points didn't seem very good in my eyes, and so that's why I didn't defeat Otamamon in the previous low kills run, where I only needed to make it up to 50 prosperity points. Since I didn't defeat Otamamon, that did mean that I also didn't have access to the Volume Villa, and so I couldn't have the Amazing Rod, and I had to make do with the old rod instead. So I think the only way you can access the Volume Villa is by defeating Otamamon. I don't think there's any other way. So I think you have to defeat Otamamon in order to be able to speak to Shogun Gekomon, have him tell you about Cherrymon in Misty Trees, and it also creates the opportunity for you to trade Digimon cards with him in exchange for merit points, where you can get items, one of them being the amazing rod. We're still going to go to the Trash Mountain and get the old rod, and while we're at it, we can recruit Sukamon. In Gears of Honor, won't be recruiting Patamon yet, because I've only got a rookie Digimon, and my, stats are feeble. I've only got Spitfire as a technique, so I won't be recruiting Patamon yet. Biomon can be recruited hassle-free. Elepmon can be recruited with a bit of hassle, the hassle being that you lose about 60% of your HP when recruiting him, and someone's knocking on my door. Carrying on. Sorry about the disturbance, this is a hospital ward after all, so there are other people within close proximity, and sometimes I do have people knocking on my door, usually staff members, sometimes patients. Yeah, to recruit Elepmon you have to speak to him 3 times. Each time you speak to him you get shocked, and when you get shocked you lose 1/5 of your HP. So speak to him 3 times, you lose 60% of your HP. And Biomon shows up at last. And the little item shop run by Colamon and Betamon exists no more, because Biomon has opened up a much more impressive item shop. With Colamon and Betamon, it's sort of like a market stall, whereas with Biomon, it's like a proper shop. And I choose not to see to Elepmon just yet. I haven't forgotten about him. I am aware of him. I just want to see to him at a more convenient time. Now I'd like to sell items that I don't want, and then get Digimon cards so that I've got the value of 300 merit points so that I can get the amazing rod. So 100 points, 130, 160, 190, 220, 230, we're not far off already. 100, 200, 230, 260, 290, 320, 340, 350, 355, 60, 65. Okay, we've gone well over. So there's quite a few unnecessary cards that I can sell. So 230, 60, 290, 320, 340, 350, 55, 60. Well, if I use 300 merit points to get the amazing rod, 60 merit points left over, super recoveries are 20 merit points each, so I can use the excess 60 merit points to get 3 super recoveries, and I can then sell them. I think they sell for 1250 bits each, so that's 3750 bits for 3 of them. Normally when I'm purchasing cards, I don't just buy until I've got like 300 merit points bang on and then stop, because normally I would have a lot of cards that are only worth like 1 point, cards that are only worth 5 points, and it might be when I'm, you know, speaking to Shogun Gekomon, it might be sort of slow and tedious and boring if I'm there with loads of like low valued cards. So instead I usually keep buying until I'm over 300 merit points, keep buying until I have a fair few decent cards, and then sell the cards that are only worth 1 point plus some of the cards that are only worth 5 points, so that way when I see to Shogun Gekomon, I shouldn't have too many junk cards, and I should be able to get them 300 merit points more quickly, because I'll be giving him better cards that are worth more points. So that's all my cards gone. That's the amazing rod. And that's all my merit points used up. So, after defeating Otamamon, I went to Trash Mountain, got the old rod, recruited Sukamon, went to Gear Savannah, recruited Biomon, went to the secret item shop, got enough cards to get the amazing rod, returned to the Volume Villa to trade in the cards, and now from here I'm going to go back to the Gear Savannah and head through Mount Panorama, and I'm going to pass through where Elecmon is and I will now recruit him. The reason why I didn't recruit him straight away is because after you recruit him, random Digimon appear in the area that he was in. Before you recruit him, it's just a Lepmon in the area. After you recruit him, there are random Digimon in that area. When I went past him the first time to go to the secret shop, I then had to return through the area that he was at in order to go back to the Volume Villa, and I'm now entering that area again, which meant that if I recruited him straight away, then when going through this area 2 other times, there would have been random Digimon here who might have gotten in my way, and I didn't want to have to be dealing with random Digimon, so I chose not to recruit a Lepmon until then. He's now joined, and I don't need to go back to that area, certainly not anytime soon, so I don't have to worry about the random Digimon who are now there. I delayed recruiting a Lepmon just to avoid having to deal with the random Digimon who are there once you have recruited a Lepmon. So from here I can recruit Unimon. I can also go over to the crop circle, which is the first step towards recruiting Vedamon. And we're digivolving. And it's good news. It's the Digimon that I was aiming for, Greymon. And what's also good about being here is by exiting the Mount Panorama into the native forest, that clears the boulders that was previously separating Mount Panorama from the native forest, which means that the path will now be clear, so I can now go from the native forest to Mount Panorama without any difficulty. But that will be the case once I clear the boulders, which I'm only a few moments away from doing. And Unimon also works at the item shop that Birdramon works at. Monochromon and Palmon will work there as well, but obviously they haven't been recruited yet. So now that we've digivolved to Greymon, we no longer have to worry about keeping our stats under certain limits, under certain thresholds. So, we can now make our stats better if we want to. That can be achieved through training. It can also be achieved through item chips. I think I have a defense chip on me, and I think there's a brain chip and MP chip in the item bank. And I can also now do the dirt carrying because the stat gains is no longer an issue, and if I do all 10 of the dirt carries, then I'll get 5,000 bits, 500 HP, plus 50 attack and defense. So we've got plenty of food now that 99 meats have been purchased. Got a load of medium HPs back, and I must have forgot that I had super recoveries waiting to be sold. Those medium HPs can be traded for super defense discs. Super defense discs can be traded... super defense discs can be sold, and then I'll have a lot more money than what I had previously. The Ogremon mentioned about the bandits in Great Canyon, which means that Agumon will now show when I next go to the Great Canyon, the specific part of the Great Canyon that where he features. Those Digimushrooms, they could be traded for medium HPs as a way of trying to top up my medium HPs before I trade the medium HPs for super defense discs, or they could just be fed to Greymon. I get giant meats from... okay, Tanemon's mentioned about the plant. I get giant meats from Palmon, but they won't stretch very far. Greymon is a Digimon who eats a lot, but fortunately, since we've got the item shop, we can purchase meat, and I was able to purchase 99 meats, so we've got plenty of food for the time being. And I think I now return to sell the super recoveries. And I managed to get more medium recoveries, but they're still not quite at the maximum. So the item chips are of value to me. You get 500 MP plus 50 defense and brains. I think MP floppies are probably the right choice at the moment. Medium MPs are in the item bank, but when I end up with better stats, I'm sure I'll discontinue with MP floppies and switch to medium MPs instead. And the same with the small HP recoveries and medium HP recoveries. Once I have better stats, I'm sure that I'll discontinue with small HP floppies and use medium HP recoveries instead. So after boosting my stats a bit with those item chips, I'm now returning to the drill tunnel to make a start with the dirt carrying. I won't be able to do it all in one go because Greymon will end up getting tired, but I can either go back to the city and rest at the clinic, or I can wait until Greymon wants to sleep, and then after resting at the clinic or after sleeping, Greymon will then have the energy to hopefully do the remainder of the dirt carrying. But now seemed like the ideal time to do the dirt carrying because the money that we get can be used to purchase the money that we get we can use to top up our medium HPs, so that we'll be able to go to Friesland with 99 medium HPs, trade for 99 super defense discs. Our HP will go up, which is good because our HP is under 1500. Get it close to 2000 with all the digging, and then either train or give HP chips, whatever. And I'm choosing to feed Digimushrooms to Greymon because I don't really consider Digimushrooms to be valuable anymore, and they're really just taking up space in my inventory, so I'll be pleased to see the back of them, so I've then got more space in my inventory. I don't need to rely on Digimushrooms anymore. Plenty of money to buy medium HPs, trade them for super defense discs, make more money that way. And I can buy meat to feed to my Digimon if giant meats are not adequate, so I really don't need Digimushrooms anymore. And I choose to let Greymon sleep even though he needs the toilet. That does mean that he'll mess on the floor during his sleep. I think I just didn't want to have to go to the toilet, plus the time that it would take. I would end up going into the next hour, so I'd be late with letting Greymon sleep. So I think I took the lazy attitude and just chose to sleep. And thanks to that, I should be able to do the rest of the dirt carrying. Yeah, that's the last bit, so we will be done. So if we simply leave and come back, Drimogemon will be done, and we'll be able to proceed through to the lava cave. If we didn't carry the dirt for him, then when we spoke to him, after that he would be done 5 days later. So when you speak to Drimogemon and he says about the dirt carrying, if you say no, then he will finish his job, but not until 5 days later. Whereas if you choose to carry the dirt, then if you simply leave and come back, or if you carry all the dirt, then if you simply leave and come back, he'll be done. So carrying the dirt is a quicker way of having access to the lava cave. But instead of going further, instead of going into the lava cave, I chose to return to the city, and the reason for that is because so I was getting distracted by a staff member outside. The reason for that is because I want to do some training before battling Meramon. More specifically, I want to learn Heat Laser by training my brains, and I want to go into the Meramon battle with Greymon knowing Heat Laser. So I want to learn Heat Laser by training brains. Getting brains up to 250 will create the opportunity for me to learn a technique, most likely to be Heat Laser. And I also want to just have better stats overall. So before going to the lava cave, I'm going to be training at the green gym for the time being. And it's important to rest. Is allowing your Digimon to get tired will lower its happiness and discipline, and I imagine that could shorten your Digimon's lifespan, which is something we really don't want. When you train your brains, if your brains is under 100, then the only command you have is the auto command. Get your brains up to 100 to learn the attack command, 200 for the moderate command, 300 for distance and change target, 400 for defensive, and then 500 for the enabled technique. And you can also learn techniques from training your brains. And when you train, you learn. There's the possibility of you learning a technique when your total brain stat goes to a multiple of 50, which isn't a multiple of 100. And I think it starts at 150, so it's possible for you to learn a technique when you train your brains, when your brains goes up to 150, 250, 350, 450, and I'm not so sure about after your brains is at 500. I don't know if it continues to be multiples of 50 which aren't a multiple of 100, so 550, 650, 750, etc, etc, or if it's both multiples of 50 and multiples of 100, so 550, 600, 650, 700, etc, or if it's just multiples of 100, so 600, 700, 800, 900, etc. I'm really not sure, but what I do know is that getting my brains up to 250 will create the possibility for me to learn a technique. It's most likely to be heat laser, which is all well and good because that's the technique that I'm after. But I'm not training my brains any further because I want to sleep just next to the board so that I can save, and if I'm unsuccessful at learning heat laser, then I can reload and try again, which is what I was forced to do. And in order to produce a different outcome, I had to scold twice, then praise, then train, heat laser learnt. Happy days. And then I continue to train my brains as I would like to get it up to 300. Learn the distance and change target command. That's going to be very valuable in a low kills run, because when I'm up against multiple Digimon and I want the Digimon to get defeated by other Digimon instead of getting defeated by me, I can choose to keep my distance so I don't attack them, and then I can sort of wait for them to attack each other by accident. And I can also pick change target so that I can refrain from hitting targets that I don't want to be hitting. For example, like the first Ogremon battle, I want to be aiming for Ogremon and not the Agumons. Yeah, hopefully you can bear with me just while I do the training that I would like to do. Get the stats that I would like to get before I worry about Meramon. So brains is at 300, HP and MP are 2000. I'm going to be faced with a lot of item chips in this challenge, where I can make my stats a lot better as I proceed through the game. So with that in mind, I don't need to train until I have fantastic stats. If I just get stats that are good enough, and then item chips will make me better, and I can do more training should it be required. So what's going to help me, it's not just the stats that I've got, but also techniques as well. Techniques is very important. And I did have ideas in my head of what techniques are going to be learnt and how they're going to be learnt. And, you know, I do end up getting techniques that I had set out to get, techniques that I was, you know, hoping to get from the very beginning of this challenge. And I saved at Digimon's house. The reason why I saved is because I'm now going to the lava cave to battle Meramon. I'm not worried about the battle itself, but there is something else about the battle, and it's because of that other thing why I took the liberty of saving. When I have the battle, as well as winning the battle, I would also like to learn Magma Bomb. Meramon uses Heat Laser, Dynamite Kick, and Magma Bomb. All three of those techniques are techniques that Greymon can learn. I want to learn Magma Bomb. I'm not interested in Dynamite Kick. Statistically, I think Greymon is more likely to learn Magma Bomb than Dynamite Kick, but he's not more likely to learn Magma Bomb than Heat Laser. And so the reason why I was keen to learn Heat Laser by training brains was to eliminate any risk of me learning Heat Laser from the battle against Meramon. Since I already know Heat Laser, I can't learn Heat Laser from the battle against Meramon, so that eliminates any risk of Heat Laser interfering with my attempt to learn Magma Bomb. There is still the issue of Dynamite Kick, but statistically I think Greymon is more likely to learn Magma Bomb, and that's due to the fact that Greymon has fire as his first nature and battle as his second nature. Magma Bomb is a fire technique, Dynamite Kick is a battle technique. I have a feeling that the fact that Meramon has fire as his first technique as well might help the probability of me learning a fire technique. Certainly having fire as my first nature is going to go a long way. But I have a feeling Meramon having fire as his first nature possibly might help as well. Meramon defeated, but do I have good news ahead of me? Attack chip and magma bomb learned. Conclusion, success. Meramon defeated, magma bomb learnt, and now we can loot the lava cave and speak to the Drimogemon as well, and then if we speak to him again in 3 days' time, then he'll be done digging and he will join the city. Meramon is a Digimon who I did defeat in the other low kills run, because as well as getting 2 prosperity points from recruiting Meramon, defeating Meramon also enables you to recruit Drimogemon and Leomon without any further battles, so that's 4 other prosperity points without the need of any more battles, and so no more kills required. This time around I need 100 prosperity points, so I do have to recruit every Digimon, so Meramon was going to be mandatory no matter what. So when I learned Heat Laser from training my brains, I never intended on using Heat Laser. It was just about stopping Heat Laser from getting in the way of my attempts to learn a different technique, which was Magma Bomb, which I learnt from battling Meramon. And interestingly, Magma Bomb is also a technique that I have no intention on using, and the only reason why I learnt it was to stop it from interfering with my attempts to learn a different technique later into the game. I'll talk more about it nearer the time. Out of learning techniques from battles and learning techniques from training brains, in my experiences, it's easier to learn techniques from battles than from training brains, but since this is a low kills run, the only battles that I can have are the ones that are mandatory with earning prosperity points, taking steps towards prosperity points. I can't have unnecessary battles, I can't have random battles, and so I'm not in a position where I can get into a random battle just for the sake of learning a technique, because that would mean producing an unnecessary kill, and that would ruin the challenge. So I am limited when it comes to learning techniques from battles, and I decided to sell my MP floppies and to use medium MPs instead. My MP is high enough in order for medium MPs to be worthwhile, so I thought that I'd rather have items that recover 1500 MP instead of items that recover 500 MP. I do have limited inventory space, so I didn't want to have both MP floppies and medium MPs. And I put in the protective floppy and took out the medium MPs that were in the item bank from before. Speaking of inventory space, those MP floppies are nowhere near as valuable as the small HP floppies are nowhere near as valuable as the medium HPs, so I should probably prioritise using the small HP recoveries so that when they're gone I'll then have an empty space. You know, medium HP recovery should be more than adequate. Just have them have more space in the inventory. I don't believe I have any interest in Digimushrooms anymore. I don't believe they serve any kind of value anymore. So I don't think I continue to look out for Digimushrooms. There are other items that might strike me as, you know, being worth picking up if I was to stumble upon them, but I don't think Digimushrooms have any value anymore. So there are bandits at the Great Canyon. The first battle that we have with them is against Ogremon and 2 Agumons. And it's crucial that the Agumons don't get defeated by me. It's crucial that they get defeated by Ogremon instead. That way they're getting defeated, but without it counting as a kill performed by me. And so if I just defeat Ogremon myself, and the 2 Agumons get defeated by him, then I'll only be performing 1 kill despite being up against 3 Digimon. So I have to rely on Ogremon to defeat the Agumons with his Tremor attack. I am, however, aiming to weaken the Agumons to make it easier for Ogremon to finish them off with Tremor. There's 1, and there's 2. Ogremon defeated by me, Agumon's defeated by Ogremon, so only one kill performed by me. And I was pleased to see the back of those small HP recoveries. Chances are I am going to be seeing more though. And it's very convenient that Greymon wants to sleep, and with us being very close to Birdramon, because Birdramon is a very key battle. It's another one of those battles where it's not just about winning the fight. It's also about learning a certain technique. And so it's very handy that Greymon wants to sleep, because that way I can sleep just before battling Birdramon. That gives me the opportunity to save, and then if I'm unsuccessful with my pursuit for a certain technique, then I can just reload. The technique that I'm after is Prominence Beam, the second most powerful fire technique. The ideal fire technique when you're up against a single opponent. It's powerful, its MP consumption is very good considering how powerful the technique is. It's reasonably fast for its power. And it's the only technique that Birdramon uses, so it's the only technique we can possibly learn from this battle. Birdramon defeated. More importantly, Prominence Beam learnt. Now, one of the sort of next priorities was to defeat Ogremon for the second time. But the idea of using Prominence Beam in that battle was a very risky one because of how powerful Prominence Beam is. If I was to try and attack Ogremon with Prominence Beam and one of the Agumons was to get in the way, or if Greymon was to choose to attack one of the Agumons instead of Ogremon, then the Prominence Beam could defeat the Agumon, and that would be a real problem. It would, require a restart, and so Spitfire would be, Spitfire alone would be a much safer choice of attack to use in the second Ogremon battle, as well as making it up to Ogremon and defeating him for the second time. Obviously I need him to defeat the Agumons so that Ogremon will be the only Digimon that I defeat myself. I also have to avoid the 3 Agumons in the room before. They're meant to be a mandatory battle, but it is possible to skip them. And then on the Great Canyon Bridge, when proceeding towards Palmon, I have to produce the Goborimon skip. I have to avoid battling and defeating that Goborimon, as well as the 3 Agumons, because they are avoidable, even though they're not meant to be. Now the Agumon skip in here I don't think is that bad. And I did pull it off, but I was very worried about the Goborimon skip because that is something that I am awful at. I am awful at the Goborimon skip. I think the techniques that I use are completely different to what most people use, but the techniques that are meant to work I'm just terrible at, and I try something where sometimes I'm lucky enough to pull it off, but a lot of the time I'm not. Long story short, I'm just awful at the Goborimon skip. Well, that's one Agumon taken out, courtesy of the other Agumon. that's the other Agumon taken out thanks to Ogremon. So for the second time, Agumon was the only kill performed by me. I learnt Dynamite Kick, which is utterly useless. The Goboremon skip is coming up shortly. It does get speeded up due to how terrible I am at it. Just you have to exit through the elevator, and then when you run along the bridge, Xiaomon will speak to you. You then have to return, go back down the elevator that I just used, back to the Great Canyon through the Ogre Fortress, and then if you return to the Digimon Bridge on the other side, Xiaomon will be there, and all will be good. The problem is that Goboremon stands in the way, and I think it's meant to be impossible to get past him. But there I produced the Goboremon skip where I made it past him without battling him. So I'm speaking to Xiaomon. And then if I get into a battle with Goboremon and choose to run, it will then send me back to the previous location, and I can use the elevator to return to the Ogre Fortress. And there's a lot of items there that can be looted. Conveniently, one of them is a portable potty, and I say conveniently because Greymon is in need of the toilet. Actually, I think we already grabbed that item actually, because I had a portable potty in my inventory there. Okay, well I already took the item, but it was convenient because Greymon needed the toilet, so I was able to give him the portable potty to prevent him from messing on the floor. This area here only becomes available after you defeat Ogremon for the second time. The other items in the Ogre Fortress were available straight away, but they were a bit harder to get to due to all the random Digimon running around. Those Digimon are now gone, so the items will be a lot easier to obtain. In the other low kills run, I did defeat Ogremon the first 2 times, but I went no further with him. I was able to get the 50 prosperity points without the need of battling him for a third time. I was very keen to battle Ogremon in the other low kills run, defeating him twice, producing 2 kills, but that enabled me to recruit Xiaomon without any further battles. Got 2 prosperity points for Xiaomon, and the recruitment of Xiaomon led to me being able to catch Seedramon and go to Beetle Land and recruit Agumon. That's 4 prosperity points plus the 2 for Xiaomon. It also enabled me to recruit Devimon. There's another 3 prosperity points. I could have used Xiaomon in order to be able to recruit Greymon, but that would have required 2 extra battles, so I chose not to. And I defeated Greymon because I got 2 prosperity points for recruiting Greymon, and the combination of recruiting Greymon and recruiting Xiaomon enabled me to also recruit Devimon from Beetle Land. So the 2 Ogremon battles plus the battle against Greymon, that led to the recruitment of Xiaomon, Greymon himself, Seedramon, Agumon, Devimon, Devimon, 13 prosperity points for 3 kills. That was very good going. Xiaomon sets up like the notice board which says about the Lake Guardian, Seedramon, who features at the Dragon Eye Lake. If you catch him and become friends with him, you get 2 prosperity points for Seedramon. Then he takes you to Beetle Land. You can recruit Agumon, no problem. As for Devimon, you can recruit him, but you have to recruit Greymon first. So if you go to Beetle Land having recruited Greymon already, then you can recruit both Agumon and Devimon. We are currently at the time that Seedramon features at the Dragon Eye Lake, so I am now rushing to the Dragon Eye Lake to try and catch Seedramon in time. I haven't yet recruited Greymon, which meant that if I was to go to Beetle Land, then I wouldn't have been able to have recruited Devimon, but I wanted to make the most of the opportunity to catch Seedramon, since we're on one of the hours that he features at. So I decided to come here to catch Seedramon just so that I've got him, and he'll give me the blue flute, and so in future I can go to Beetle Land at any time without having to be here at on the specific hours that he features at. So he finally takes the bait, as you see. And then we finally reel him in after a bit of a struggle. So I request friendship, he gives me a blue flute, he offers to take me to Beetle Land, I decline since I won't be able to recruit Carboterimon, and I decide to return to the city, but at least I've got the blue flute, so I'll be able to go to Beetle Land at any time. Once I recruit Greymon, it will then make sense to go to Beetle Land and recruit both Agumon and Carboterimon. I didn't have time to defeat Greymon first and then go to the Dragon Eye Lake, so I just went to the Dragon Eye Lake just for catching Seedramon. I believe you need 15 prosperity points in order for Greymon to show up. I think you have to speak to Digimon when you have about 15 prosperity points, and then when you leave his house, Greymon will show up, and that's what we're actually doing at this exact moment in time. And I decide to take out Spitfire and put in Prominence Beam. I save beforehand, just in case. But this is one of those battles where I'm not aiming to learn any techniques, it's simply about winning the battle and recruiting Greymon. A bit frustrated by the fact that he blocked quite a few of my attacks, but we got there in the end. Having already learnt Magma Bomb and Dynamite Kick, the only technique that I could have learnt from that battle would have been Red Inferno, a technique that I have no interest in whatsoever. I need to hold on to the blue flute because I'll need it in order to summon Seedramon and have him take us to Beetle Land. And I come here because I haven't yet caught the fish that are needed for Mulgemon trades. Can I catch one from here? Okay, well, black trout's taken my bait. That just leaves the Digianchovy. Can I catch one from here? Looks good. Well, that's the fish that are required for trading with the Mulgemons. Once Seedramon takes me to Beetle Land and I recruit Ogremon and Devimon, I can then put the blue flute in the item bank. I can't see me having any further use for it. In case I do need to go to Beetle Land, Birdramon can take me there, and I can return to the city with an autopilot. And unless I had imminent plans on going to Friesland and doing trades with Mulgemons, it would make sense to put the fish in the item bank as well. So it's very simple to recruit Devimon, pick the second option, he'll join the city. In order for the second option to be available, you have to have recruited Greymon first. If you haven't recruited Greymon first, then the second option won't be available, so you can only pick the other option, and that doesn't result in Devimon joining the city. And then Ogremon, there's 3 options instead of 2. I think those options are always there no matter what. And like with Devimon, pick the second option, and then Ogremon joins the city. Don't think it can be too much more straightforward than that. Just pick the second option for both of them. So So not surprisingly, I do go to the item bank. And I put in the black trout, but keep hold of the Digiancho well, the Moldramon that you give a black trout to, I think I've already traded the other two items with him, High Speed Disc and Giant Meat, and when I do the Moldramon trades, I always want to do the last trade, the final trade, with that particular Moldramon, and so I assume that's why I chose to keep the black trout in the item bank, because I don't want to trade that with the Moldramon until I've done all of the other trades with the other Moldramons. But I was okay with trading the Digianchovy. When you do the Moldramon trades, the final Moldramon that you do the final trade with, the Moldramon that you do the 9th trade with, he's the one who joins the city, and the one that you give black trouts to, that's the one that I like to be the one who joins the city. When Moldramon joins the city, the particular Moldramon that joins the city you can no longer do any trades with, whereas the other two Moldramons stay in Friesland and you can continue to trade with them. And when it comes to the trade-in and what you have to give and what you get in return, the other two Moldramons I value the most when it comes to trade-in. The one who I like to be the one who joins the city, he's the one who I value the least when it comes to trade-in. When it comes to what he has to offer and what I have to give him. So that's why I like it when he's the one who joins the city. I feel like you're losing the least by losing the ability to trade with that Moldramon, as opposed to losing the ability to trade with either of the two other Moldramons. And before doing any Moldramon trades, I decided to come here for the third Ogremon battle, and I would imagine that Agumon and Agumon will both get defeated by Warusidramon, and then I'll have to defeat Warusidramon, so that only one kill is performed by me. Well, Gabumon's been defeated. and that's Ogremon taken care of as well. Predictably, Waru-Seedramon was the Digimon who I ended up having to defeat myself, whereas the other two, Ogremon and Gabumon, were both defeated by Waru-Seedramon. Well, Moldramon trades are available should I fancy them. And it does look like that is where I'm heading. And I decide to trade all of my medium HPs so that I'll get super defense discs in return and I can sell them. So only an Omni Floppy left to be traded with this Moldramon. Only a Black Trout left to be... only a Black Trout and a Super Carrot left to be traded with the other two Moldramons. I have a Black Trout in the item bank ready. Omni Floppy will come from trading the Super Carrot. Just have to wait until day 15 so that I can collect the rain plant, go to the plant in the tropical jungle, use the rain plant to produce Devimon, have him join the city, then I can buy a Super Carrot from him, trade it with one Moldramon, get an Omni Floppy, trade that Omni Floppy with the Moldramon that wants an Omni Floppy, and then trade the Black Trout with the last remaining Moldramon, and he'll then join the city. Moldramon is one of the few Digimon who works at the secret item shop in the city, along with Mamemon, Devimon and Numemon. And once the secret item shop gets opened up, Ninjamon will feature on the Digimon bridge, and After battling him, he will join the city. I suspect that Moldramon won't be the one who opens the secret item shop, as I anticipate recruiting either Numemon or Mamemon first. And come to think of it, probably Devimon as well. We're only a handful of hours until the sort of time that Greymon wants to sleep, and I'm now heading to the Dino region. I have to defeat Tyrannomon in order to be able to explore the deeper areas of the Dino region, and in the deepest parts of the Dino region is Meteormon, who I have to battle in order to recruit Tyrannomon. And you have to defeat Tyrannomon in order to be able to make it up to Meteormon, and then defeat Meteormon in order to be able to recruit Tyrannomon. So I'm currently making progress towards making it up to Meteormon. When you recruit Tyrannomon, if you return to where Meteormon was, then Nanimon will be there instead. That's one of the 5 locations that Nanimon features at. And if it's your first time of speaking to Nanimon, which in our case it will be, he'll drop something, a key item, which will enable you to carry 20 items instead of 10. That's very useful, very handy. And the Meteormon battle is very significant in this particular challenge. Reason being is that I would like to learn Meltdown when I battle him. He uses, I think, as well as Meltdown, I think he uses Magma Bomb, Tremor, and Megaton Punch. I'm not sure if Greymon can learn Megaton Punch or Tremor, but he can definitely learn Meltdown and Magma Bomb. And I want to learn Meltdown from Meteormon, so that's what I'm going to be aiming to do. And the reason why I learned Magma Bomb from Meramon was to stop it from interfering with my efforts to learn Meltdown, because statistically you're more likely to learn Magma Bomb than Meltdown. So if I was to have the Meteormon battle without already knowing Magma Bomb, then chances are I would learn Magma Bomb and not Meltdown. So I had to learn Heat Laser to help me with learning Magma Bomb to help me with learning Meltdown. And I want to save before the battle, so I want to make it up to Meteormon, wait until Greymon wants to sleep, so then sleep. That will give me the option to save, so that way if I battle Meteormon and am unsuccessful with learning Meltdown, then all I have to do is restart and try again. So we're entering the room that Meteormon is in, just making it up to him. And now we're just waiting until Greymon wants to sleep, which is now. And look, I didn't reload. Could that mean that I learnt Meltdown on my first try? Could I really be that lucky? Meltdown is mine. I was very fortunate to have gotten it on my first try. Not gonna lie about that. And when Meteormon was one hit from death, he currently hadn't used Meltdown, so because of that I had to refrain from attacking until Meltdown got used, and then I finished off Meteormon. A technique has to be used in a battle in order for you to be able to learn it. Well, technically there just has to be an attempt to use it, but there hadn't been any attempt to use it when Meteormon was one hit from death, so I had to wait, and then after Meltdown was used I then finished him off and learnt Meltdown. And when going through the text, when it said probably I'll go check out the island or whatever it was that it said, I had to go through that bit of text really slowly to prevent the game from freezing. If I go through it at normal speed, then my game is prone to freezing. So, to prevent this, I go through that particular bit of text really slowly, but I speeded the video up so that that bit of text only showed for, very briefly. And I have the same sort of problem with one of the text boxes in Greylord's mansion when speaking to Devimon, plus one of the text boxes in Mount Infinity when speaking to Devimon, and one of the text boxes in Gear Savannah when speaking to Leomon, and every time I go through it slowly to prevent the game from freezing, but speed the video up so it's very brief for you. Yeah, I think that's us done in the Dino region. Since we've done 3 of the Agumon battles, Greymon has joined the city, so Factorial Town will be available to us when we decide that we would like to explore it. Agumon will now be in Drill Tunnel, and I'll have to go there for the 4th Agumon battle when the timing is right, and it would probably make sense to tie it in with recruiting Drimogemon as well as collecting the Leomon Ancestor Stone from the Leomon Ancestor Cave. That will require a minimum of 45 prosperity points, and for 3 days to have elapsed since I spoke to the Drimogemon in the lava cave area. And the reason why I'm coming here is because I want to make the most of the opportunity to battle Kokatorimon. I think this is the last hour that he's available at. I decided to equip Spitfire just because Prominence Beam doesn't always work that well in this battle. So I've got Spitfire just in case. That's not the last of the chores that have to be fulfilled in Misty Trees. I don't know if Toy Town is classed as being part of the Misty Trees, but that's something that hasn't yet been done and won't be done anytime soon. There's also Agumon, who I haven't defeated yet, and we're not far away from Gear Savannah, where there's Patamon, who we haven't yet recruited. Gabumon's a lot easier than Cockatorimon, so I trust that Prominence Beam will be able to handle the job. Got a bit unlucky with the first two attempts to use Prominence Beam, but we were successful in the end. And good timing for Greymon to signal for the toilet, since there's one just in here. So the Patamon in Gear Savannah, he's weak, you know, he's one of the easier Digimon to win against. You do have to battle him 3 times though, so I think the battles consume about an hour of time in the Digimon World, that is. I decide to use Spitfire instead of Prominence Beam. Prominence Beam would surely take at least 2 attacks. Some of Patamon's attacks would be fast enough to stop Prominence Beam. That would be MP wasted, so I decide to put in Spitfire. By the time our finish gorge fills up, if we haven't... Oh, it looks like I changed my mind actually. I was just saying that by the time the finish gorge fills up, if we haven't defeated him with Spitfire, then the finish would do the job, but it looks like I changed my mind and put Prominence Beam back in. Well, I ran out of MP, but I managed to defeat Pacimon with the last attack that I was able to perform before running out of MP, which saved me from needing to use a medium MP, but if I have more battles before I next sleep, then obviously I'm going to need to recover MP. Out of the recruitable Digimon in Gear Savannah, I believe Leomon is the only one yet to be recruited, and I imagine that he can't currently be recruited. I doubt that my prosperity points are as high as 45. I'm not going to Factorial Town, not yet. Instead, I'm going to the secret beach cave just to collect the Misty Egg. So the bandit music is still playing, and I think that's because I haven't yet fallen off the cliff. Even after defeating the bandits, I think the bandit music remains until after you fall off the cliff. And if you fall off the cliff before the first Ogremon battle, then I don't think the music plays, even if the bandits are there. If you speak to Yoramon about the bandits in Great Canyon and you go to Great Canyon, if you've fallen off the cliff, then I don't think the music plays. I do like to fall off the cliff though, not just because of the music, but because one of Agumon's hints is connected to the cliff. There's a hint that he gives, and the hint doesn't go away until after you fall off the cliff, or at least I think that's the way of things. And so even if you have 100 prosperity points, I think the hint will remain if you haven't fallen off the cliff. So I like to fall off the cliff just so that I don't get a hint which is irrelevant. Right, I believe that Nanimon will be in the Olga Fortress. I think you have to defeat Ogremon for the 3rd time in order for Nanimon to show up here. Okay, Nanimon is there. I haven't defeated Ogremon 4 times, but I have defeated him 3 times, and I think that's the requirement. And And I've now seen Nanimon at 2 of his locations. The other 3 being the Leomon Ancestor Cave, the Sewer, and Toy Town. Toy Town is off limits for a very long time. The Sewer and the Leomon Ancestor Cave are off limits for the time being, but not as long as Toy Town. So we've got a little bit of money and plenty of adequate items. There are a number of different things that I could do at the moment, and I decide that the thing that I would like to do at the moment is make the most of the opportunity to make it past the Guardromons in Factorial Town, since the shift change is coming up very shortly. It's less than half an hour away, so I'd like to make the most of the opportunity to be able to explore the deeper parts of Factorial Town. We will have to loiter for a little bit while we're waiting. We can give Greymon a MP floppy just so he's got a tiny bit of MP. I then wait a bit more, I enter, and there's no guard. We can proceed. First job should be to loot the area. There are quite a few items to be collected, some of which are item chips, so collect them before battling Guromon. Give them to Greymon, then have more of an advantage when battling Guromon. Now I think about it, it's been a long time since I've made it past the guards the intended way, where you go to the sewer and speak to Mamemon, and then after speaking to Mamemon, I think you then either... Okay, I'm worried about getting into a battle here. I think that's okay. And then after speaking to Mamemon at the sewer, I think either you have to speak to Andromon and then the Guardromons, or speak to the Guardromons, then Andromon, then the Guardromons again. I'm not sure. Can't remember off the top of my head, but they say about the shift change, they say when it is, and then you're meant to come either at midday or midnight. That's the intended way, and I honestly can't remember the last time I actually did it that way, the proper way. It's just from watching speed runs I realised that you don't have to do any of that initial stuff. You don't have to go to the sewer. You don't have to speak to Numemon or Andromon or the Guardromons. You just have to go there at midday or midnight. Not bang on, you can get like a few minutes either side, and the guards aren't there, so you can just proceed. It's very handy to know that there's, you know, a shortcut like that can be done. But here we are for Greymon. It'd be nice if the defense chip gets dropped in a place where we are able to collect it afterwards. The battle was easy enough, and the defense chip was obtainable. Just sometimes, depending on whereabouts you defeat him and whereabouts he collapses after the battle, sometimes the defense chip can be out of range. Sometimes you can be unable to get to it, which is a bit annoying. Because even if you don't intend on using item chips, you can still sell them for the best part of 5,000 bits. Or like me, you could, you know, use them to help you out when you do challenges like these. Okay, we do now have to speak to Andromon. We were able to avoid him earlier, but we can't avoid him this time. And now we head to the sewer for the first time for the easiest battle in the game. Numemon, who is insultingly easy. That might be due to the fact that he's a filth Digimon, or it might be due to the fact that he became very unwell due to the bad state that the sewer was in, or maybe it's a combination of the two. So I know that filth Digimon are weak, but Numemon seems like weak even for a filth Digimon. So I wonder if it was just where he became unwell. rightfully you don't get much money for defeating Numemon, but the MP chip is very much appreciated. You can... Well, I mean, you can sell them for the best part of 5,000 bits, but if you were to buy one, then I think they'd be the best part of 10,000 bits. So that's, what, 100 times the amount of money that you got for winning against Numemon. So the item that he drops is a lot more valuable than the money that you get, that's for sure. Right, we haven't yet defeated Mamemon, and I am aware of him. You know, I was aware of him, I hadn't forgotten about him, but there is other stuff to be done as well. We've spoken to Andromon after defeating Numemon, and if we return later on, then he should have recovered the data, and then we can recruit Andromon and Greymon, and Nanimon will also be at the sewer. We can speak to him. That will be the third time that we've spoken to him. Mamemon can be tied in with when we return to Factorial Town later on. In the meantime, I would like to make the first bit of progress with Greymon. That's the first battle taken care of. Before I commit myself to the second battle, it's vital that I'm confident that I've got what it takes to win against Greymon. You know, having the right stats, making sure my HP and MP are full enough. Well, there is still work to be done in Friesland. There's the second Greymon battle. There's Frigimon, who we haven't yet recruited. We've done the initial bit. bit like with Garurumon, we've done the initial bit, but there's more to be done. And as well as that, I haven't yet been to the Ice Sanctuary, and what better time to go than when we have Greymon, aka a vaccine Digimon. Vaccine Digimon can enter Ice Sanctuary no problem, so I can enter with Greymon without any issues. I could enter with a virus Digimon or data Digimon, but it would require the Ice Sanctuary skip, the glitch that enables you to enter the Ice Sanctuary without a vaccine Digimon. Just made sense to make the most of the opportunity to enter with a vaccine Digimon and a fire Digimon, because there is a battle in the Ice Sanctuary that I think is mandatory, and it's against Ice Digimon, and so the best Digimon to use would be a fire Digimon, because of the fact that fire works particularly well against ice, the same way it works particularly well against plant Digimon and insectoid Digimon. Well, let's hope I can make it through this bit peacefully. Knowing what I'm like, you shouldn't hold your breath. Okay, well, I made it through that bit unharmed. In the other low kills run, I didn't go to the Ice Sanctuary. I thought it wasn't worth it. So I'm here this time, and I don't think it's possible to avoid these Digimon. I think this is a mandatory battle, and I make sure I save beforehand. I sleep here and save, because I only want to perform one kill, which means that either I need for just one of the Digimon to participate in the battle, or if there are more than one Digimon, like here there's 3, I need two of them to get defeated by each other, and they are prone to attacking each other. But it's a question of, will they be able to defeat each other? Will 2 of them get defeated by each other so that I only have to defeat one of them? that's the Icemon defeated. Will I find... Am I trying to... Oh no, I'm not trying to. Okay, now I'm attacking with my finish. And we're all good. Because only one of them can be defeated by me. The other two got defeated by each other. Now, I was puzzled as to why I wasn't attacking. I didn't realise that when I was playing I chose the distance command. Presumably because I didn't want to risk attacking and accidentally defeating the one who was low on HP. And it paid off because although I went into a battle against 3 Digimon, only one of them got defeated by me, the other 2 got defeated by each other. And we are now all good to recruit Ogremon. I don't want to be doing anything more in Friesland for the time being. I was saying about Friesland being incomplete because of the fact that I hadn't recruited Frigimon or Garulamon, but I haven't recruited Moldramon either, so still got a fair way to go with Friesland. Firstly, I decide to free up a bit of infantry space by discarding anything that's not of interest to me. It wasn't necessary to hold on to the Omni floppy for Moldramon, because I'll get an Omni floppy when I trade the Super Carrot. And since we've recruited Numamon, the secret item shop has now been opened, which means Ninjamon will show up. This should be an easy battle, because this is a Digimon that doesn't like fire, despite the fact that he has fire as a nature. Just barely produced that last prominence beam in time. Just barely. Anyway, I take out prominence beam and put in Spitfire. The reason for that is I was planning on going to the drill tunnel for the 4th Ogremon battle, and I didn't want to risk defeating any of the Agumons with prominence beam, so by having a weak attack such as Spitfire, I could go about the battle in a way where the Agumons don't get defeated by me, because they get defeated by Ogremon instead. It does mean it will take a little while to defeat Ogremon, since I'm going to be using Spitfire, but it shouldn't be too bad. Each Spitfire should do a fair bit over 100. If I get a finish, then that will probably do about half of his total HP. It occurred to me that it's surely been 3 days since I spoke to Drimogemon, so see to the last Ogremon battle, recruit him, recruit Drimogemon. I wasn't sure if I had enough prosperity points in order for the Leomon Ancestor Cave to be available. 45 is the number of prosperity points that's needed. I wasn't sure if I had 45. And I think I avoid heading towards the Leomon Ancestor Cave until being certain that I did have enough prosperity points. I didn't want to head towards it and then realise that the Drimogemon was still drilling, as I didn't have an adequate number of prosperity points. One Agumon defeated. both Agumons defeated by Ogremon. Now I don't need to hold anything back. It's just about finishing off Ogremon. As I thought, I headed to the lava cave in pursuit of Drimogemon instead of seeing if the Leomon Ancestor Cave was available. I think the Leomon Ancestor Cave is the only thing in the drill tunnel that hasn't been done yet. As for Mount Panorama, well, there's Mamemon, of course, and there's Devimon as well. When I was here previously, I went to the crop circle, and then Shalmon's headlines, article number 2, said about a UFO, so if I go back to where the crop circle was, there will now be another one, and then once I have 45 prosperity points, there'll be another article saying about an alien. And then if I come back here, Devimon will show up and will join the city. Okay, the article is there, so if I return, Devimon will be there. That means I have a minimum of 45 prosperity points, and therefore the Leomon Ancestor Cave will be available. I can go there, collect the stone, and then when I next go to Gear Savannah, I can give it to Leomon and he'll join the city. I will, of course, have to return to the Leomon Ancestor Cave once again after collecting the stone, and that's because it's one of the places that Nanimon shows up at. I think that the requirement in order for Nanimon to show up at the Leomon Ancestor Cave is to recruit Leomon. There's requirements in order for Nanimon to show up. With the Dino region, I think the requirement is to recruit Tyrannomon. With the sewer, I think the requirement is to recruit Andromon. Here, I think the requirement is to recruit Leomon. Toy Town, I think the requirement is to recruit Muncymon, and then the Ogre Fortress, I think the requirement is to defeat Ogremon for the 3rd time. We've already spoken to Nanimon at the Dino region and Ogre Fortress, not the sewer, not the Leomon Ancestor Cave, and not Toy Town. Well, we're not far away from being able to speak to Nanimon at the sewer or the Leomon Ancestor Cave, but it's still a long way to go before Toy Town is an option. It looks like recruiting Veidamon was a bigger priority in my eyes than recruiting Leomon. A lot of the Digimon who join the city are useless. Leomon, I would say, is useless. Veidamon, he works at the restaurant, and his food does, I would say, his food does boost your stats better than the food that any of the other Digimon have to offer at the restaurant. But Veidamon's foods are also the most expensive. Normally I only use the restaurant when I do like certain challenges. In a normal playthrough, normally I don't go near the restaurant because of how expensive it is. It's an absolute rip-off in comparison to just giving your Digimon food items. only in certain challenges is the restaurant worthwhile in my eyes. So the restaurant is something that normally I would only use in a specific kind of challenge where it would be deemed worthwhile. Anyway, after recruiting Devimon, I then repeatedly entered and left till Mamemon showed up. So I'm now about to battle him. When we read the article about Devimon, we had a minimum of 45 prosperity points, and since then we've recruited Devimon and Mamemon. Between them they'll rake in an additional 6 prosperity points, which means that we now have over 50 prosperity points. And I'm looking for the quick chip that was dropped. I do get it eventually, there it is. So, since we have over 50 prosperity points, Agumon will now show at the native forest, and Digimon will mention about Mount Infinity which will trigger the battle against Ogremon. It's possible that if I return to Factorial Town, then Andromon will be ready for me. Before that, it made sense to me to head to the Gear Savannah, since I was close to it, and we can trigger the scene where Leomon rescues Patamon. Then we can speak to Leomon, he'll join the city, and I suspect that Nanimon will then be at the Leomon Ancestor Cave. So there's a lot of options available to us. We haven't yet recruited Piximon. The second Garulamon battle is something to consider. Vegimon and Birdramon are off limits until day 15. Frigimon is off limits until I have a Digimon who can tolerate the cold. Toy Town is off limits until after I fade away and start over with a new Digimon and Digivolve to Numemon, but we don't need to worry about that yet. Toy Town is to be left on the back burner. Let's just make as much progress as possible with our current Digimon, Greymon. I do get a bit annoyed by the random Digimon that features on the Digimon bridge after you defeat Ninjamon. But on a plus note, that Digimon does disappear after you recruit Etamon, which is what we are about to try and do. Obviously, in the previous low kills run, we didn't defeat or recruit Etamon because you need a minimum of 50 prosperity points just for him to show up. And when we made it that far, we then just went to Mount Infinity and finished the game. can't help but feel that if Buster Dive was like a fighting move that you could use in real life, then if you were to use it, then there's a big risk that you would cause more injury to yourself than the person that you're trying to hurt. I mean, imagine being at like the top of a flight of stairs and you try and Buster Dive someone and you miss and then you fall down the stairs. Talk to me, Digimon. Birdramon is another Digimon that I avoided during the previous low kills run. After speaking to Digimon, I then used an autopilot to exit Digimon's house in a way where I was able to avoid battling Birdramon. But this time around I need his prosperity points. So Mountain Infinity is available to us. In other challenges, I know in the first room of Mount Infinity, there's an unnecessary battle that I get into, which is done in the interest of granting me access to an item, because normally there's a Rockmon in the way, and I get into a battle which clears the Rockmon, and that thus makes the item available. Since this is a low kills run, I won't be doing that this time. I'll be avoiding the battle, and I'll be avoiding the item, because it's not worth ruining the challenge and producing an unnecessary kill just for a random item. It's not true to say that there's nothing more. There's still Nanimon. Your character says that after you recruit Drimogemon, I think recruiting Drimogemon is what results in your character saying that when trying to enter a drill tunnel. And I think that's regardless of whether or not you've been to the Leomon's ancestors' cave. So it's not right to say that there's nothing useful in the drill tunnel. That's just not true. Okay, now the drill tunnel is useless, I think. Battled the first Drimogemon, battled and recruited Meramon, recruited Drimogemon, battled and recruited Ogremon, went to the Leomon ancestor cave, got the stone, recruited Leomon, spoke to Nanimon. I think drill tunnel's usefulness is over. I do wish Tokamon would stop getting in the way. Well, I made sure I saved first before coming here to Friesland, because the second Garurumon battle is a risky one. You have no control over your Digimon, and all it takes is a bit of bad luck. Garurumon to strike quickly with Ice Statue and you get paralysed, and then he attacks again with Ice Statue and then when you recover from your paralysis, you then get hit by another Ice Statue and get paralysed again, and it looks like I'm a bit too early for Garurumon. I'm happy with Prominence Beam. Probably wise to make sure my HP is full. Whereas HP is only half, so 3 Prominence Beams might do it. They have to be successful hits, of course. Three Prominence Beams certainly was enough, and well, in the end that battle was nothing to worry about at all, but with different luck it could have been a completely different story, so I shouldn't, you know, I don't think it would be wise to be more complacent in the future. I mean, that's something that could backfire. I think caution is always important when it comes to the second Garurumon battle and your stats are not like world class. I mean, some of our stats are okay, some are not so okay, but you know, our stats aren't exactly breathtaking. It's not like everything's at the maximum. Hopefully it's been long enough in order for Andromon to have news for us. Don't I have to speak to Andromon first? Yeah, I think I initially forgot about Andromon, and then it occurred to me, oh wait, I haven't spoke to him yet. Okay, it's good news. Okay, that's Andromon sorted. Go and speak to Greymon, he'll join the city. Go to the sewer, Nanimon should be there. And then that just leaves Mamemon as far as Factorial Town is concerned. So this will be our 4th time of encountering Nanimon. We won't have to worry about him again until Toy Town. And then here I decide to save and sleep and then grind for Metal Mamemon. Obviously he's not here at the moment, so I leave, I come back, and I keep on going in the hope that Metal Mamemon will show up at some point. Okay, no Digimon there, which can only mean one thing, that Metal Mamemon is present. And here he is. That was quite a fast battle, which is not a complaint by any means. So having recruited Metal Mamemon as well as Mamemon, when it comes to the random Digimon, it's only Piximon left to recruit. When I say random Digimon, I mean the Digimon who show up randomly. Mamemon, Metal Mamemon, Piximon. It's all, as far as I'm aware, it's all completely random whether or not they show up. And I think the probability of them showing up is, I would say, a maximum of 5%. Maybe somewhere between 1% and 5%. That would be my estimate. So they're three of the more frustrating Digimon when it comes to recruitments. And the fact that I took out the protective floppy surely means that I had Piximon in mind. Protective floppy is, well, when you're against Piximon, Piximon is the ideal opponent when it comes to using protective floppies. Bug has a high rate of causing flattening, as does Danger Sting. Confusion Storm has a high rate of causing confusion, so by giving your Digimon a protective floppy ahead of battling Piximon, you eliminate any risk of your Digimon getting flattened or confused. So protective floppy works best against Piximon, in my opinion anyway. We do have to make sure we're keeping our items topped up though. Nothing to sell. Okay, we're virtually out of money, but at least we've got plenty of items. Okay, from here I head to the tropical jungle in the interest of trying to get Piximon to show up. I have no doubt that it's going to be frustrating, but at least when I'm done I'll no longer have to worry about it. He's not here at the moment, so leave, re-enter, and repeat the process for as long as you have to. Okay, well, no sign of Piximon yet, but I couldn't refuse the urge to collect an orange banana. Convenient, since Greymon was also signaling for food. But now the hunt is back on. And Piximon has finally shown up. So let's get down to business. Prominence Beam is my ideal choice of attack. Normally, I would say that Piximon is one of the tougher Digimon that you battle in this game. He has good stats, he has Bug, which, in my opinion, is one of the best techniques in the game. When he uses Bug, it usually does significant damage. You know, Bug combined with his stats, I think makes him a powerful opponent to go against. Not to mention the status harm that he can cause with his attacks. You know, flattening, being prone due to Bug and Danger Sting, Confusion, being prone because of Confusion Storm. It's a fight where a protective floppy is a very useful item. It makes the battle a lot easier since it takes away any risk of you getting confused or flattened, but you still have to make sure that you've either got good enough stats or good enough items or both in order to you know, be able to win against Piximon without any sort of major difficulty. And then I'm just doing two things here. One of them is training my speed and also passing the time, as well as, because, you know, by training, not only was I boosting my speed, but I was also passing the time by. I thought that my speed could do with being a bit higher, and I wanted to get myself into a position where I'm not far away from when Greymon wants to sleep. From here, I'm heading to the Great Canyon, and it's in the interest of trying to do the dreaded Monochromon shop. And by going there at a time when it's not too far away from when Greymon wants to sleep, if our first attempt at the Monochromon shop is unsuccessful, which statistically is probable, then afterwards we can then sleep, we can save, we will be either inside the Monochromon shop or just outside of it. So we can then, you know, have another go at the Monochromon shop, and if it's unsuccessful, then keep trying, and if we have no joy at all, then we can reload from when we slept, and we can then try again. I think the shift lasts 8 hours, so Greymon will want to sleep when we wake up, and it'll be a long way into, like, the first hour in which he wanted to sleep would have been many hours ago. You know, when the shift ends, it will be many hours after the first hour in which Greymon would have wanted to have slept, but when we wake up, it will still be the same hour. Your Digimon always wakes up on the same hour, regardless of when your Digimon goes to sleep. It doesn't matter if you go to sleep straight away, go to sleep the hour after, go to sleep 5 hours after. Your Digimon always wakes up on the same hour. I'm no expert with this shop minigame. I'm someone who has to rely very much on luck. Luck of the customers, luck of what it is that they ask for. Obviously, medicine is the item that you can make the most money from, followed by portable potties, followed by meat. Meat you make very little money from. Portable potties you make some money on, and medicines are the items that you make a lot of money from. You can raise the price, and there are 5 different steps that you can raise it by. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, or 5 steps. You can keep the price at the standard amount, or you can lower the price by a number of different steps. In order to reach the amount of profit that you need to reach in order for MetalGreymon to join the city, you want to sell items for as much as possible. The more you sell them for, the more profit you'll make. But by charging higher prices, that also increases the risk of the Digimon storming off without making a purchase, so you don't make any money from that Digimon. And I have a feeling it also reduces the number of customers that you would normally get, because it's done in 2 halves. I think it's 10 customers in the first half, 10 customers in the second half. But if a customer storms off, then you end up getting 1 less customer, I think. The target profit that you have to make is 3,000 and something. I don't know the exact amount, but it's somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. So if you make 3,100 or more, then you'll be guaranteed to succeed. Goboremon, in my experiences, is the most easygoing customer. He's the most willing to pay a high price. So when I have Goboremon as a customer, I tend to raise the price to the maximum, raise it by all 5 steps. Weedmon I consider to be the least easygoing customer. Weedmon is not willing to pay much, and when I have Weedmon as a customer, I tend to raise the price by just 1 step. Usually, Weedmon does seem to be willing to pay a price which is 1 step above the standard. Gotsumon, I would say, is more easygoing than Weedmon, but not as easygoing as Goboremon. When I have Gotsumon as a customer, I tend to either... Well, I tend to raise the price by about 2 steps. As for Muchomon, that Digimon is extremely unpredictable. There seems to be a good chance of him storming off no matter what you do. And normally, with him, I just raise the price to the maximum. He might agree to it, he might storm off, but that seems to be the case regardless of what you do. But those are sort of general guidelines that I follow. Obviously, if I'm like 100 bits away from reaching the target, and I'm down to my last customer, and it's a Goboremon, and he's asking for a medicine, then obviously I'll just charge the regular price, get 300 bits, and that'll be enough for me to reach the target and succeed with recruiting Monochromon. I'm not going to try and squeeze 800 bits out of him by charging a medicine at the highest possible price when I only need 100 in order to reach the target, and the Goboremon is my last customer. So I will use common sense. I will there are times when, if I'm like a tiny bit away from the target, then I might charge less than what I would normally charge in the interest of having a better chance of making a sow and reaching the target, rather than the Digimon storm off and then I completely shoot myself in the foot because I don't make a sow and then I end up failing. Now, on that occasion, I was fortunate in that I succeeded at the Monochromon shop on my first try, and as you can see, I've now decided to go to Mount Infinity with the intention of making progress here. Greymon wants to sleep, and I will let him sleep before we reach the next hour, but I just want to travel as far as I can travel before we get to that point. We are only a few minutes away though. Okay, I think here's a good spot to save. I'm far enough from the Rockmon in order for him to not come at me. So by this stage, I wasn't entirely sure how to go about Greylord's mansion. Greymon is a vaccine type, not a virus type, therefore can't enter Greylord's mansion. In the next lifespan, I had plans on starting off with a rookie, digivolve into Numemon, then Muncymon, then having access to Toy Town. But Muncymon is also a vaccine Digimon and can't enter Greylord's mansion, so it had occurred to me that after Muncymon I might then have to start again with another Digimon, with the intention of digivolving to a virus Digimon, so that I could enter Greylord's mansion and do all the necessary stuff to recruit Skullgreymon, which would probably be the last of the prosperity points that I'd be missing. There is one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, but I speed the video up. And now something interesting happens. Greymon digivolves, and all logic would point to the idea that it's going to be MetalGreymon that he digivolves to. Surely enough, it is MetalGreymon. So that will mean that my stats would have gone up. The Digivolution would have resulted in me having a stat boost. Unfortunately, MetalGreymon can't use Prominence Beam, but he can use Meltdown. So Meltdown is now my best choice of technique. And most significantly, MetalGreymon is a virus type, which means that he can enter Greylord's mansion, and I thought that it would be best to see to Greylord's mansion before defeating Machinedramon. However, rather than return straight away, I thought that it would make sense to continue to explore the Mount Infinity just to collect the items that are available and maybe defeat MetalGreymon and Megadramon as well, so that it only leaves Machinedramon. However, you can see that I accidentally got into a battle with a Rockmon. I ran. It took me back here. I've now got Digimon in the way. So I decide before I do anything else that I would let MetalGreymon sleep. I carried on and accidentally got into another unwanted battle, got frustrated, reloaded, and then decided to give MetalGreymon the item chips that I've got. And then return to the city here and now without going any further and make a start with Greylord's mansion. I just thought that if I was to defeat Megadramon and MetalGreymon and collect all the items, then I would have more items in my inventory, including item chips, which I could use to give myself better stats, and therefore make Greylord's mansion easier, as well as anything else that I might be faced with prior to battling Machinedramon. But I got frustrated and decided to just put Mount Infinity aside and focus on Greylord's mansion first, as well as anything else that there might have been. In a previous challenge that I did, a no shopping challenge where I wasn't allowed to buy any items, I defeated Machinedramon before seeing to Greylord's mansion. So I completed the game, and then after continuing the game, when I went to Greylord's mansion, or when I attempted to go to Greylord's mansion to do what needed to be done, I ended up going to the back dimension instead, and as a result of that I had to defeat Machinedramon in back dimension in order to be able to go to Greylord's mansion to do what needed to be done. So when I digivolved to MetalGreymon here and realised that Greylord's mansion had become available to me, I thought it would be best to make sure that I do everything that needs to be done in Greylord's mansion before battling Machinedramon, because I didn't want the back dimension getting in my way in this challenge as well. The Greylord's mansion isn't the only place that the back dimension can be at. It can also be at the Ice Sanctuary and Olga Fortress, but I have no further use for either of those places. You know, I defeated Ogremon, I recruited Palmon, I spoke to Nanimon at the Olga Fortress, so no need to go back there. As for the Ice Sanctuary, well, I recruited Agumon, I collected all the items, so no need for that place either. Greylord's mansion was the only place that I hadn't been to or made any progress towards, so I'm here for the initial visit, where I'm just collecting the items that are available, helping myself to the mansion key. I'll be using that to unlock the locked doors that the key works on. I can collect further items, and I'll be able to find my Altusmon on the floor, aid him, and then after speaking to him, I can then leave Greylord's mansion. I'll have to go back to the city. I'll have to go to Palmon's notice board, and there'll be an article about my Altusmon, and that will then trigger the next part of Greylord's mansion. In order to be able to trigger like the second part of Greylord's mansion, you have to have recruited Palmon so that you can read about the article regarding my Altusmon, and I think you also need a minimum of 40 prosperity points in order for the article to appear. But we have more than fulfilled that requirement. The fact that we have access to Mount Infinity means that we've got at least 50 prosperity points, so we really don't have to worry. So it's given us a key for the refrigerator. Use that, we'll be presented with a memo, read that, go to the Overdale Cemetery, and there will be a sirloin on the floor which we have to give to my Altusmon. Those of you who've seen my previous challenges and playthroughs for this game will probably know what I will do after collecting the sirloin. I will go back into Greylord's mansion, then go back out into the Overdale Cemetery and collect another sirloin. The sirloin is something that respawns and keeps respawning until after you give the sirloin to my Altusmon, so it's possible to collect more than one. I like to collect one which is intended for my Altusmon, go back into the mansion, leave again, collect a second sirloin, which I'll keep for myself, and I put it in the item bank. And that's just because I don't think there's any other way of collecting this particular item, and so I just like to have an item in the item bank, which I don't think you're meant to be able to have, because I think you're only meant to collect one and give it to my Ultismon, but you can collect more than one. And yeah, the spare one just goes in the item bank and stays there. Now we just need to return to my Ultismon, give him one of the sirloins, and then he'll be able to get back onto his feet. He'll talk to us for a bit, and then we have to return to the city to read the article about my Ultismon, and then we have to come back here for the rest of the Grey Lord's mansion. There's one locked door which the mansion key doesn't work on, and you can't make it beyond that door until the second lot of the Grey Lord's mansion. So you can make it through the door, but not yet. And when you go beyond that door, you end up having to battle Pacifist and Greymon, and if you're successful, then you can come to my Ultismon's rescue again, and Greymon will join the city, and that would be Grey Lord's mansion complete. The mansion key had no further use, so I put it in the item bank. The sirloin doesn't have any useful purpose, so that's to stay in the item bank. And then any other items that I don't consider to be worth holding on to are to be sold. Don't want them wasting space in my inventory. So we've now got 7 of the 8 different articles. The one that's missing is the 7th article. And that article features after Greymon joins the city. It's another article about Piximon. You'll notice that I took out Meltdown and put in Heat Laser. That was just in case I was to get into any unintentional battles. If I was to accidentally get into an unwanted battle and was to use Meltdown, then there would be the risk of me defeating the Digimon before having chance to run away from the battle, and so I decided to equip Heat Laser, a much weaker technique, and there shouldn't be any risk of me defeating any Digimon if I was to get into any unwanted battles. So you come here first and your character acknowledges that Piximon isn't where he was previously. So if you then return to where Piximon was originally when you first found him, then your character will acknowledge that Piximon isn't there either, and then if you then return to the start of Greylord's mansion and attempt to leave, then a cutscene will trigger involving Devimon. And it's another one of those cutscenes where there's one particular bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. And when I do go through it slowly, I speed the video up. And I think that's the last time that we have any sort of cutscenes where there's a bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. And this door we can now make it through. That's the door that couldn't be opened previously, but we obviously were able to go through it. And Meltdown is a much better choice of attack than Heat Laser. So So that would be the technique that we are going to be using. To evolve program, you learned how utterly useless. MetalGreymon against Greymon. I guess we'll find out which of Greymon's ultimate forms are better. Personally, I would probably rather have Greymon myself. Reason for that, I think he can use Ice Statue, which in my opinion is the best technique in the game. I consider Ice Statue to be the best technique. Other techniques that are among the best, I would say, would be Bug, Megalospark, Thunderbolt. Those are probably the top techniques in my opinion. I can only imagine the reason why I sold the brain chip at the item shop was because since my brains was at 500 or more, I didn't see any advantage in boosting my brains any higher. When you get your brains up to 500, you learn the enabled technique, and then you don't learn any new commands from getting your brains any higher. And so I'm not sure if having 999 brains is any more useful than having 500 brains. I don't know if there's any more. I don't know if there's any kind of advantage available. Digimon, Frigimon, Mojamon. Yeah, I don't know if there's any kind of advantage, but certainly I don't know of one. So I took the view that 500 brains was adequate. and that I would rather get the money from selling a brain chip rather than giving it to MetalGreymon. Anyway, after getting Greylord's mansion out of the way, I then decided to return to Mount Infinity with the intention of going the whole way with it. We've already defeated Devimon, so make it past where Devimon was, take on MetalGreymon and Machinedramon, collect any items along the way, and then at a later point in time we'll have to come back for Digitamon and Megadramon. Digitamon only appears after you defeat Machinedramon. He features in the same room that Machinedramon was in, but you have to defeat Machinedramon first in order to be able to battle Digitamon. As for Megadramon, you don't have to battle Machinedramon first. You can battle Megadramon first if you so wish. It's entirely up to you. Megadramon is located at the Mount Infinity, but he's not like in the way. You don't have to battle him in order to make it past him. And if you want 100 prosperity points, then you have to battle him in order to recruit him. Just about made it past those Digimon. You have to battle him in order to recruit him, but it's up to you whether or not you do Megadramon before Machinedramon or after. When you defeat Megadramon, you get an item chip, and there's 2 more item chips behind him inside of those computers. And if you were to give those item chips to your Digimon, then it would make the Machinedramon battle a bit easier, and that would give logic to the idea of doing Megadramon before Machinedramon. However, in the room that Megadramon is in, if you defeat Megadramon, then there will be random Digimon in that room. They'll be roaming around, and if you were to return for Machinedramon, then you'd have to make it past those Digimon. They might get in the way. You might accidentally get into battles with them, unwanted battles, but if you haven't defeated Megadramon, then those random Digimon won't be there. They don't appear until after you defeat Megadramon. This is the room that Megadramon is in. Doing Megadramon first has its advantages, doing Machinedramon first has its advantages. As somebody who is terrible at avoiding Digimon, I decided to leave Megadramon for now, and do Machinedramon first, so that when I return for Digitamon, I won't have random Digimon getting in the way, because I wouldn't have defeated Megadramon. Well, based on our stats, our techniques, our items, I don't anticipate any huge problem with the Machinedramon battle. Airdramon. Recovered from your injuries, and now you're on the good team's side. How admirable. Well, here we are in the city, having saved everybody, saved the Digimon World, but now we have to leave. It's very sad. Grown a real bond, really started to like the place, like everyone. It's really sad that we have to go. Really, really sad. But we're back. We can continue to live in the Digimon world and see everyone and be happy. Ooh, apparently Analog Man's back. That means Machinedramon's back. 84 prosperity points, so we're 16 prosperity points away. Muncymon is 3, Nanimon makes it 4, Frigimon makes it 6, Vegimon makes it 8, Moldramon makes it 10, Digitalmamon makes it 13, Megadramon makes it 16. Those are the only remaining Digimon left to recruit. And incidentally, I'm actually seeing to one of them right now, seeing as MetalGreymon is able to tolerate the cold despite having fire as a nature. What better time than to speak to Frigimon and recruit him and leave us just needing 14 more prosperity points. From here, I go on a hunt for the back dimension, with the Ice Sanctuary being the first place to try. And the reason why I'm going to the back dimension is not to defeat Machinedramon. That would be an unnecessary kill, which would make us fail the challenge. Instead, I'm just going to the back dimension to loot the items, not defeat any Digimon, just collect the items and then leave with an autopilot which will send me straight back to the city, and I can gain from the items in the back dimension. Most of them are item chips. There's a ray gun which can either be sold or put into the item bank depending on preference. So, can I enter? No, that means the back dimension is not here. If it was, then I would have been able to have entered and it would have said back dimension, but the fact that we, as a non-vaccine type, were denied entry means that it is the proper Ice Sanctuary and not the back dimension. So we now backtrack to the Great Canyon and we see if the Ogre Fortress is where the back dimension is. If it is, then great. If it's not, then Greylord's Mansion will be the only other place that it can possibly be at. not here either, so it has to be the Grey Lord's mansion. And so it really is a very good thing that we did see to the Grey Lord's mansion when we did. Because otherwise I'm pretty sure that the Grey Lord's mansion would be completely off limits to us unless we defeat Machinedramon, but that would mean performing an unnecessary kill. I'm trying to remember, like, what was going through my mind when I was, recording this challenge, when I was, playing at the time. And I must have been aware of the complication involving, well, the potential complication involving Grey Lord's mansion and the back dimension, and I do wonder if it was my intention to completely leave Machinedramon aside until after the back dimension. So when I went to Mount Infinity with Greymon, I do wonder if all I went there for was to defeat Devimon, MetalGreymon, possibly Megadramon as well, collect all the items and then leave, not battle Machinedramon until after Grey Lord's mansion gets seen to, which might have required a different lifespan with a different Digimon. Because the Grey Lord's mansion had to have been seen to first, because there was a 1 in 3 chance of the back dimension being here after beating Machinedramon, which would have completely sabotaged the challenge. I don't think I'd have been willing to have taken a risk where there was a 33% chance of all my efforts going to waste. I do struggle with avoiding some of these Digimon. If I do get into any battles, then I'll have to run. And in order to get away from this blue Meramon, I have to produce an animation, giving an item chip, just about achieved it. This Piximon can be hard for me to avoid. I got to the item, but I have to leave as well. Okay. There's still the Rockmons and the Tankmon. They can be a real pain at times. Got the item, need the Rockmon to move away. Okay, that just leaves Tankmon. Well, good news is we've managed to get all the items and without any battles. So we can make MetalGreymon better with these item chips. And now it's time to leave. I have no use for the super defense disc. Don't want the super recovery, rather have the money for it. Don't really need the ray gun, or the brain chip, or the misty egg. The black trout is needed for a Moldramon trade. So I've just got it in my inventory, ready for when I return to the Moldramons. It makes the most sense to go there when I've also got a super carrot. That will have to wait until day 15. And while I'm here, I decide to try and get Piximon to show up in the interest of purchasing a training manual that will come in handy later on, when I have Pacifist and I want to do some training, and despite repeatedly entering and leaving, I don't have any joy with getting Piximon to show up. Then it occurs to me that maybe Piximon doesn't feature during the night. Maybe Piximon only features during the day, so I let MetalGreymon sleep. He woke up during the day, and I now try again to get Piximon to show up. And he does now show up. When I, in my next lifespan, when I take Numamon to Toy Town and Digivolve to Muncymon, I'm going to want to return to the city and do some training so that I've got better stats. And so the training manual will come in handy because it boosts the stats that I get from training. The stat boost that you get from training is bigger when you have the training manual. That's what the training manual does. So that's why I wanted to purchase one. It's just for making things easier for when we have Muncymon. learning techniques with Piximon might also be a good idea, because I'm thinking I'll have Sonic Jab. I think I'll have Dynamite Kick as well. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any others, and they're not very good techniques. Something like Megaton Punch or Buster Dive would be a lot more helpful. My preference would be Megaton Punch. There's also War Cry and Muscle Charge, they can come in handy. But these techniques will have to be learnt from training brains. We won't be able to learn them from battles because it's a low kills run, and getting into battles and defeating Digimon who don't have to be defeated is a good way to shoot yourself in the foot and ruin a challenge. Now, you've probably gathered that I'm returning for Megadramon and Digitalmamon, and the Megadramon battle is straightforward enough. Just repeatedly attack until Megadramon gets defeated, and getting into a battle here is not helpful. The Digitalmamon battle, on the other hand, isn't quite so straightforward. Now, I do run, and annoyingly it puts me back in the previous area where I have to make it past more Digimon, and if I remember rightly, I think I'm unsuccessful at getting past them. Yes, I am. But by running, it will send me back to the area with the Rockmon that I was at just a moment ago, so at least I kind of make progress by running from this battle. Just a shame about the loss of happiness and discipline, and how much of a noob it makes me look like. Yeah, the Digitalmamon battle was not quite so straightforward. And, well, I kind of want to inform you of it, but I want to focus on the current battle, and if I was to battle Megadramon before Digitalmamon, then that means that the Megadramon battle is the one that I should be focused on, and the one that I should be talking about. Now, had I defeated Megadramon before Machinedramon, then there would be random Digimon in this area, and they would be getting in my way. Okay, the straightforward fight is first. Very simple. Keep attacking until Megadramon is dead. Help yourself to the item chip that he drops and the 2 item chips in the computers behind him. Let's get started. I made sure to reserve the protective floppy for the Digitamamon battle, and I don't care that I learnt DG Dimension. Digitamamon uses Thunderbolt, Confusion Storm and Meltdown. Thunderbolt and Meltdown have a fair rate of causing paralysis. Confusion Storm has a very high rate of causing confusion, so Protective Floppy will stop me from getting confused and paralysed. And I'm surprised MetalGreymon's declining, but I'm not complaining, because it's enabled me to refill my discipline. The reason why the Digitamamon battle isn't so straightforward is because this is a low kills run, and so any enemies who don't have to be defeated by me shouldn't be defeated by me, and so I'm in a position where I can't defeat Digitamamon myself. I can attack him and weaken him, but I can't defeat him myself. The reason for that is because he doesn't have to be defeated by me, and the reason why he doesn't have to be defeated by me is because he can be defeated by himself. His finish, Nightmare Syndrome, has a 50% chance of hitting him instead of me. Therefore, if I weaken him to the point where he's almost defeated, and then do nothing and wait for him to defeat himself with his Nightmare Syndrome, that will mean winning the battle without defeating him, and so I need Digitamamon to defeat himself with Nightmare Syndrome. It's okay to attack him at the moment because he's nowhere near dead. I need to get his HP down so it's very low, so that he won't survive being hit by his own Nightmare Syndrome. Okay, well this is either going to go in my favour or it's going to go against me. Certainly this isn't going to defeat Digitamamon should it hit him, which it didn't. Well, his HP is under 1,000. He's not going to survive getting hit by Nightmare Syndrome. So I now need to just take it easy, and I need to wait for him to get a finish, which he's got, and I need his finish to strike him so that he is defeating himself and not being defeated by me, and that will do very nicely. So Digitamon defeated and recruited, but without a kill being performed by me. Now with that in mind, I think that Vegimon and Moldramon are the only remaining Digimon who can be recruited with MetalGreymon. I think that will just leave Muncymon and Nanimon, who can't be recruited with MetalGreymon, and will have to wait until the next life cycle, which will require MetalGreymon to fade away. So from here, I think we're pretty much just waiting until day 15, so that the rain plant will be available. We can use it to recruit Vegimon, get a super carrot, then go to Friesland for the last of the Moldramon trades, recruit Moldramon, and then it'll be a case of waiting for MetalGreymon to fade away. And I can't think of any more battles that we need to have with MetalGreymon. That's why I sold the quick chip. And I think that we're just going to be passing the time. And the fastest way to do that would either be by training or resting. And I choose to train, but I'm only doing this to pass the time. I'm just waiting for day 15, so train until day 15, get the rain plant, recruit Vegimon and Moldramon, and then pretty much just train until MetalGreymon fades away. So we can then start over with a new Digimon, choose an egg, start over with a baby Digimon, digivolve to an in-training Digimon, then a rookie, then Numamon, has to be Numamon, take him to Toy Town, digivolve to Muncymon, train Muncymon up so that he's, good enough to take on Woru Muncymon, defeat Woru Muncymon, recruit Muncymon, speak to Nanimon for the last time, thus recruiting him, avoid any unnecessary battles, so in Toy Town, avoid the Toy Agumons, Clear Agumons, and Tankmons. If I do get into any battles, then I'll have to run away, and when we get to 100 prosperity points, the challenge will be complete. I still want to avoid care mistakes, so still want to feed MetalGreymon when he wants to eat, take him to the toilet. When he wants the toilet, let him sleep when he wants to sleep. Try to avoid tiredness. That will mean resting at the clinic when the time is right. Good idea to make sure that I'm collecting giant meats from Palmon. But, here I sleep, and I just have to keep doing what I'm doing. As you can see, I have taken the liberty of speeding the video up just because all it is me training, feeding MetalGreymon, taking him to the toilet, resting at the clinic when I consider it to be necessary, sleeping and making sure that I'm getting giant meats from Palmon on each day. So I thought that rather than just watch a few days of me doing the same stuff, I thought that it made sense to speed the video up. Hopefully that way it will be less boring for you. I did slow down there just when getting the giant meats and sleeping, and then getting the other lot of giant meats. But now I've gone back to speeding the video up. It is day 14 now though, so we're not far away from being able to get the rain plant and recruit Devimon. Okay, so we're sleeping here, and when we wake up it will be day 15, so we can go straight over and help ourselves to the rain plant. And I think going on foot will probably be faster than using the Birdramon transport. Because of all the places that Birdramon takes you to, I would say either the Dino region or the Great Canyon would probably be the nearest. But that would probably take longer than just going there on foot like we're doing. Since this is a new day, we haven't been given any meat yet, and instead of getting giant meat from Palmon and then recruiting Devimon, it would make more sense not to get giant meat from Palmon and to recruit Devimon, and then we'll get sirloins from Devimon instead, which is better than giant meats. And then while we are being given the sirloins, afterwards we can then purchase the super carrot from Devimon, head to Friesland, trade the super carrot for an Omni Floppy, go to the Moldramon that wants an Omni Floppy, trade the Omni Floppy, then go to the other Moldramon, trade the Black Trout, and he'll join the city afterwards. That will put us up to 96 prosperity points, 2 for Devimon, 2 for Moldramon, only 4 left, and that would be Muncymon and Nanimon. 3 points for Muncymon, 1 point for Nanimon. There's our sirloins. There's our super carrot. And now we require assistance from Birdramon. Well, we don't require it, but it would be helpful. And after I recruit Mogemon, I then return to the city, and then it's just a case of passing time until MetalGreymon fades away. You know, MetalGreymon no longer has any kind of use, and I pass the time by training, and I do speed the video up like I did when I was training just prior to, well, when I was passing time until day 15. In my opinion, the least significant Mogemon. Now join the city and leave the more significant Mogemons behind. Okay, well, we've run out of giant meats, but sirloins are the future, and we've got meats as well, should the sirloins alone not be adequate. Meat, we've pretty much got an endless supply. It costs just shy of 5,000 bits for 99 meats. So I don't think we have to worry about running out of meat. "96, as I thought. No hints from Agumon, but we are aware that Piximon and Nanimon are the remaining Digimon yet to be recruited. So, as you can see, I'm continuing to train in the interest of passing the time, and the video has been speeded up to make it go by more quickly. And for some reason, I wanted to train my brains in a way where I made it up to exactly 999. And so to go about that, I trained my defense for a smaller stat boost and did bonus try for an even smaller stat boost. And now, by training my brains once more, it will go up to exactly 999. I'm not entirely sure why I committed myself to going about it in a way where I would get 999 brains bang on. But it obviously appealed to me at the time, and seems like a completely pointless thing to have done, but there you go. With brains being at the maximum, it's no point trying to train brains any further, because brains can't go any higher. So I'm just passing the time by training other stats instead. But training on the whole is all but useless. We're just trying to pass the time best we can. Maybe at the time of recording, my ego needed the satisfaction of having better stats when fading away, so that's why I chose to pass the time by training rather than to simply pass the time by resting. But you probably, from watching it, you've probably, got the gist of it. I go back to normal speed when I sleep and when I collect sirloins, but that's pretty much the only bits where I go at a normal speed. For everything else, I speed the video up. Now, I have a feeling that when your Digimon fades away, a percentage of your stats gets passed on to the next Digimon that you start off with, and the percentage that you get is determined by your tamer level, and so having higher stats when you fade away and having a higher tamer level means having better stats when you start off with a new Digimon. And if I'm correct in thinking that, then by training with MetalGreymon, we will have marginally better stats with the new Digimon that we start off with after fading away. But seeing as we're going to be aiming to digivolve to Numemon, when we have a rookie Digimon, we want to not fulfill the requirements for natural champions. So we want to not fulfill the weight requirement, care mistake requirement, stat requirement, or bonus requirement. And in order to not fulfill the stat requirements, I believe that HP and MP have to be under 1,000, whereas attack, defense, speed and brains all have to be under 100. And so when we do start over with a Digimon, we are going to be limited when it comes to how good we can get our stats. And so starting off with better stats might not necessarily be helpful, because we can only train to a certain extent, and once our stats get close to the threshold, rather than train, it would make more sense to simply pass the time until digivolving, which would probably mean resting. That would probably be the best way to go about it. Okay, MetalGreymon is now fading away, so we are done with him, and we are now going to be entering a new life where the sole aim is to digivolve to Mamemon from the rookie Digimon that we are going to have. I chose the green egg, as you can see, so Bottomon will hatch from it, will digivolve to Coromon, and Coromon will either... well, Coromon can either digivolve to Agumon or Gabumon, depending on your stats. I believe that Coromon digivolves to Agumon if your attack is the highest stat, and in order to digivolve to Gabumon, I think it's a different stat that has to be the highest, but off the top of my head I'm not sure which stat it is. Normally Gabumon is a Digimon that I don't really aim for. I don't really consider him to be much good. Well, at the moment the stats are well below the thresholds, so we can train without having to worry about any repercussions, such as not digivolving to Mamemon. Any care mistakes that we have as one Digimon, I don't think gets passed on to the Digimon that you digivolve to. And so, in other words, I don't think that having care mistakes as Bottomon or Coromon would go towards... like, if we were to have... like, if we were to digivolve to a rookie and have care mistakes as the baby Digimon and in training Digimon, then when we digivolve to the rookie, I don't think those care mistakes would pass through to the rookie. I think that the care mistake, when we have the rookie, I think our care mistakes would be at 0. Regardless of what your Digimon's weight is, when you digivolve to a Digimon, I believe that there's a fixed weight that the Digimon will have. And so I don't think weight is something that will be passed on to your next Digimon either. I think stats are the only thing that will be passed on to your next Digimon. And when you digivolve, normally you get a stat increase. I'm not sure if you get a stat increase when you go from a baby Digimon to an in-training Digimon, but you get... I know you get a very small stat boost when you digivolve from an in-training Digimon to a rookie Digimon, and then a slightly... and then a bigger stat boost when you digivolve from rookie to champion, providing you don't digivolve to Supermon or Numamon or Nanimon, you know, providing it's a proper natural digivolution. And then if you digivolve to an ultimate, that's when you get the biggest stat boost. As far as digivolutions are concerned, anyway. And what I was getting at about the whole care mistakes and everything, obviously when I have a rookie Digimon, I want to digivolve to Numamon, so I want to not fulfill the requirements for natural champions, and so I'm going to not feed my Digimon so that weight will be low and care mistakes will be high. That should help with not fulfilling the requirements for natural Digimon, but having care mistakes and low weight as a baby Digimon or in training Digimon, I don't think is going to help, because I don't think that's going to get passed on to our rookie Digimon. I think it starts fresh every time you digivolve. So I want to be a good tamer at the moment, avoid care mistakes, feed my Digimon when it wants to eat, take it to the toilet, let it sleep when it wants to sleep, avoid tiredness, or stuff like that. And then when I have a rookie Digimon, I want to not feed it. That will result in low weight, high care mistakes. I would like to take it to the toilet, because we will get a sufficient number of care mistakes simply from not feeding it. I don't think it'll be necessary to mess on the floor as well. And we have to make sure our stats stay below the threshold. HP and MP are to stay below 1000, attack, defense, speed and brains are to stay under 100. So I'm just, training at the moment to improve our stats and to pass the time, but, we can only go so far with our stats. We do need to remember the limits. Rather than focus sort of heavily on one stat, I'm training all of my stats because I just want to keep all of them at a modest amount so that they're well below the thresholds. If they were to sneak above a threshold, then I would have to get the butterfly in order to bring my stats back down. And that would mean praising and scolding my Digimon until my happiness and discipline are virtually at the minimum. I feel like it can't be too much longer until Ogremon digivolves. From what I've been told, out of the 4 things that influence digivolutions, the 4 conditions, I've been told that you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements in order to digivolve. Which is strange, because I seem to recall previously reading that when it comes to digivolve into a champion, you only have to fulfill 2 of the requirements, and it's ultimates when 3 requirements are needed. But, I've read something else saying that for any digivolution, any natural digivolution, you need to fulfill 3 of the requirements in order to digivolve. Okay, so Agumon is the rookie that we've digivolved to. Wouldn't really make any great difference if it was to be Agumon or Gabumon. Either way, we're going to be digivolving to the same champion Digimon. Going by my experiences with the game, I am more inclined to think that you do have to fulfill 3 of the requirements. Well, we can definitely get away with fulfilling 1 requirement for a natural champion. That definitely won't result in us digivolving to the champion. We might be able to get away with fulfilling 2 of the requirements, but not 3. By having all of our stats under the threshold, that means that we won't fulfill the stat requirements for any of the natural champions. And by having our weight at the minimum, I don't think we're going to fulfill any of the weight requirements either. Care mistakes are going to be very high, and that's one of the requirements for Meramon, so I think that we are going to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Meramon. Off the top of my head, I'm not too clued up on the bonus conditions. I know battles, well, for some Digimon, battles influence the digivolution. We're not going to be having any battles. For Meramon, I think you need a minimum of 10 battles, which we won't fulfill. For Tyrannomon, I think you need to be limited to a maximum of 5 battles, so that's something that we are going to fulfill. You need 60 discipline for 60% discipline is the bonus requirement for Centarumon. 90% discipline is the bonus requirement for Greymon. I imagine we will have 60% discipline, but not 90%. Having a certain number of techniques, that's another thing that's connected to bonus conditions. Well, the number of techniques that we've got is very low, so I don't think that's going to come into play. I don't think having Agumon is a bonus condition for any of the champion Digimon, so all in all it looks like we're probably only fulfilling one requirement. Yeah, it looks like we're going to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Meramon. Did a bonus try there just because I want to get my stats as good as they can possibly be, but without going over the threshold. So I want to get them as close to the threshold as possible, but while still staying under the threshold. Yeah, I think we will, achieve the care mistake requirement for Meramon, the bonus condition for Tyrannomon, that being having no battles, the bonus condition for Centaurumon, that being our discipline. But I don't think we're going to fulfill any of the stat requirements or weight requirements. And I've got no concerns over fulfilling one requirement. Even if we were to fulfill two requirements, I still don't think we would digivolve to the champion. I think it's 3 that you have to fulfill, which we definitely are not going to do. I still want to try and, maintain happiness and discipline. That means avoiding tiredness. So, as you can see, I am still, choosing to rest. I chose to rest 4 times, so I'm guessing I wanted to rest until Agumon needed the toilet again. I still want to maintain happiness and discipline, so I want to avoid tiredness. I certainly did that by resting 4 times, didn't need to rest that many times, but I think I wanted to rest until Agumon needed the toilet again. And when I looked at my stats, it looked like speed was the only one. Well, it looked like speed was the most furthest away from the limit that we have to stick to. So training once more will put it over, but bonus try won't. And Agumon wants to sleep. And judging by our stats, I'm not sure I wanted to re-enter the green gym. Okay, it was an accident. Judging by our stats, I would say that our days of training are over, and now it's just a case of waiting for the Digivolution. And so I'm heading to the clinic, I'm going to sleep, and then I'm going to be repeatedly resting until digivolving. I'm not going to feed Agumon. When he needs the toilet, I'll either take him to the toilet or give him portable potties, and I'll also make sure I grab sirloins on each day. And a bit like when I was training with MetalGreymon, I'm going to be speeding the video up while resting, because there's nothing exciting to see, it's just me resting until digivolving. But I do go back to normal speed for a few things, such as giving Agumon portable potties, sleeping, retrieving sirloins. But most of it is going to be speeded up until I digivolve. I probably didn't have to keep all of the stats, under the thresholds. I possibly didn't need to keep any of them under the threshold, but I just wanted to be safe rather than sorry when I digivolve to Numemon. If I digivolve to Numemon, if I'm successful at it, then I think your stats go down by 20% when you digivolve to Numemon. But when digivolving to Piximon, I'll get a big stat boost. And in my experiences, because this is something I've done quite a lot of times, having, when digivolving to Numemon, having stats just under the threshold, it's something I've done numerous times, and in my experiences, when you digivolve from Numemon to Piximon, your stats are your HP and MP are a little under 3000, your attack, defense, speed and brains are little under 300, but with the gym available, plus the training manual, plus the fact that Devimon and Ogremon have upgraded the gym, plus the fact that super carrots and hawk radishes will be available, and the fact that Piximon is an ultimate, we will be able to, boost our stats quite generously from training. There's also devil chips available should I want to rely on them. And we are now digivolving. Devil chips do shorten your Digimon's lifespan by a day, so if I was to resort to devil chips, then I would have to use them sensibly. But I could easily, give Piximon, 10 devil chips, and you'll still have at least a few days left in him. Okay, well, we've got Numemon, which I don't think is any great surprise. Logically speaking, it couldn't have been any other Digimon. So I'm going straight to Misty Trees, and after digivolving to Piximon, and speaking to the robot Digimon who unlocks the door that leads towards Mamemon, I'm not going to proceed straight away, because I won't be happy with my stats or my techniques, and so I will autopilot back to the city, and I'll make sure that I'm in a better state to fight when I return to Toy Town ahead of the battle against Mamemon. Why does the face suggest that Numemon isn't happy in Toy Town? In the first season of Digimon, you know, the episode in Toy Town with Pacifist and all the Numemon seemed pretty happy in Toy Town. I mean, they seemed to like it. It seemed to be, you know, one of their favourite places to be. So I'm not quite sure why Numemon here seems to be unhappy in Toy Town, but whatever. And it's also signalling that Pacimon's unhappy as well. Well, that just doesn't make any sense at all. Oh wait, it's changed. Now the door's been unlocked. When we return, Birdramon will be able to take us to Misty Trees in the area that Cherrymon is in. When we were Numemon, Birdramon couldn't do that because we hadn't spoken to Cherrymon. I think that speaking to Cherrymon is what results in Birdramon being able to take you to the Misty Trees. Sonic Jab and Dynamite Kick, they're really not good techniques to have. I mean, Sonic Jab has the advantage of being fast and not costing much MP, but it's weak. It doesn't cause any status harm. So, you know, while training, learning better techniques is going to be one of the jobs that's to be done. I'm not going to learn every battle technique. I think Megaton Punch will probably be, you know, adequate. Buster Dive would be adequate. Not Tremor, not Counter. We currently have Sonic Jab and Dynamite Kick. I'm not at all happy with Dynamite Kick. I'm not particularly happy with Sonic Jab. Warcry and Muscle Charge, I mean, they would go well alongside something like Megaton Punch or Buster Dive. Okay, so we're in a position where training our brains once more will bring it over 350, where we will have the opportunity to learn a technique. If we were to train our brains, once more and bring our total up to 350, it will, our brains is 348, so it will make it over 350 when we train again, which means that there'll be the opportunity for us to learn a technique. So I don't want to train brains anymore just yet. Instead, I would like to just train our other stats until Pacifist wants to sleep. It looks like I was keen to make sure that all of my stats had entered the free club. 3000 HP and MP, 300 attack, defense, speed and brains. I have to avoid tiredness, of course, and that means resting accordingly. Yeah, I want to... Well, my intention was to sleep by the brain training board so that I could save and then try repeatedly to learn a technique from our brains reaching and exceeding 350. If we don't succeed, then we won't get the opportunity to learn a new technique until our brains makes it up to 450. Unless we use the butterfly, but that will lower all of our stats and shorten our lifespan, as well as having a serious impact on our happiness and discipline. Oh yeah, I can't train defense because that will put brains up to at least 350, so I have to refrain from training defense as well as training brains. But it seems I'm choosing to pass the time by training my attack. And now Piximon does want to sleep. Now, unfortunately, I didn't seem to have any luck at all with learning a technique from my brains, making it up to 350. So I then decided to be more lenient and to train until my brains are 450 to see if that would result in a technique being learnt. Because I kept like reloading and doing things differently and trying to, you know, learn the technique from, you know, getting my brains to over 350, but I had no joy at all. So I then came up with the idea of carrying on until brains made it up to 450 and see if that would result in us successfully learning a technique. And we do learn Warcry. Obviously, we can't hurt opposing Digimon with it, but it does boost attack, defense and speed during battles, so it would help us somewhat. Because if I was to you know, fight with, you know, Sonic Jab as my only attack, then by having Warcry as well, it would make my Sonic Jab attacks do a little bit more damage, as well as resulting in me taking a bit less damage from attacks and having better speed as well. And I probably would have preferred Muscle Charge, because that sort of significantly boosts your attack, and, you know, if you've got, you know, like reasonable attack and high enough brains in order to use several muscle charges, then it is possible to get your attack to the maximum. And I come into the item shop in hunt of Devil Chips, which means that I need Devimon to show up, and in order to do that I have to make sure I speak to the other Digimon first. I spoke to Numemon and then left and re-entered so that Numemon was no longer there and it was Moldramon instead. I spoke to him, I left, I'm re-entering. It's Mamemon. Speak to him, leave, re-enter. It is now Devimon. Boosts attack and brains by 100. Attack is important. Boosts HP and MP by 1000. HP is important. Boosts defense and speed by 100. They're less important. I think my MP is good enough. I can just use medium MPs. Brains, well, that's gonna come from learning techniques. I think, you know, speed's good enough. I think that we don't have to worry about defense. I think our, you know, HP and our sort of HP recovery items will be, you know, adequate for our survival. But I bought 6 devil chips in total, so that will shorten our lifespan by 6 days. I would expect Muncymon to live until he's about 18 or 19. Let's just say 18. Minus 6 is 12. So if I'm going to give him 6 devil chips, then it'll probably be best if his age is below 12, just to eliminate any risk. He's currently 8. Well, at the moment it's probably possible for him to consume 10 devil chips and still be alive. Megaton Punch, that's fantastic. Megaton Punch, plus a bit of assistance from Warcry, plus the Devil Chips to, you know, help with stat boosts. I'd say it's looking pretty good. Now we've got plenty of items to recover HP and MP. Okay, well that's certainly made our stats a lot better. In HP and MP were 3,000 or more. Those devil chips would have brought it up to 5,000. Attack and speed were 300 or more. Devil chips would have brought them up to 500. Defense, I think, was slightly under 300, and so it would now be slightly under 500. Brains was 550, so now be 750. We've got Warcry, so I'd say it's looking pretty good. The first test is making it up to Worumantsimon, and I've done a horrendous job at this many times before. Will this time be different? Okay, well, I haven't gotten into any unwanted battles yet. They made it past the Tankmon as well, so that just leaves the clear Agumons. Always go to the left first, because that one doesn't battle you if you run into him. Okay, well, we've managed to make it to the room with Worumantsimon. If we are successful in defeating him, then we still have to make it back to where the robot Digimon was, and then return to here again to see to Nanimon. But then we don't have to go back through Toy Town again, because we can just use an autopilot for a quick return. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves, let's focus on the battle first. Okay, we've defeated Worumantsimon. And we learned Buster Dive. How useless. He also dropped a HP chip. How useless. And there's a HP chip in the computer as well. How useless. And he's given us this gear. How vital! Because that's what we need to present to the robot Digimon, and that will result in the recruitment of Mantsimon, and will also result in Nanimon appearing where Worumantsimon was. I always find going from the room with Piximon back out is a lot easier than going from, say, here to the room with Piximon. I always find the return trip easier, but I suppose it's done in a way where getting to the final room is meant to be harder than returning from the final room. Okay, that just leaves Nanimon. We are now at 99 prosperity points. Back to the final room, speak to Nanimon, he'll drop the item, the key item that enables you to carry 30 items. Then he joins the city, and speak to Digimon and he'll confirm that we have 100 prosperity points, and that will be the challenge complete. So I don't know what you have thought of this challenge, as well as the previous low kills run where I only needed 50 prosperity points because I only needed to defeat the final boss. I don't know what you thought of other playthroughs and challenges of mine that I've done for this game, but if you have watched this all the way through, then I would like to thank you. I would like to thank you for choosing to devote your time to me. I hope that you've enjoyed watching this challenge. I have enjoyed doing it, and if anybody has any feedback, positive or negative, then I would be grateful to hear from you in the comment section. If you could, let us know what you thought. Well, we are pretty much done, Agumon says. All the Digimon have joined. 100 prosperity points. Take my level up. Medal. We are pretty much done. So thank you everyone once again. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you with whatever I do next.